Check, check, check.
Right, that's handy. Thank you.
1 1.
You can close that.
Check 1 2. Check 1 1. Check 1. Hello, hello everybody. Check 1. Like the other background I had you on the first day. Huge difference. Huge difference. Check 1.
Hello everyone. Welcome to day 4 of the Australian Rover Challenge. As you can see, the weather's taken a bit of a turn and it is currently a little bit more than a drizzle. The UQ team are the first ones on the field today for the Boeing mapping and autonomous task, and they are still ready to go. They have waterproofed their rover, and so they'll be getting underway at about 10 a.m. Adelaide time, which is coming up in 14 minutes. During the task, there'll be a whole lot of objects on the field, some AR tags, which are a little bit like QR tags, but just lower resolution, bigger squares, as well as some coloured cubes. Essentially, it's the team's and the rover's responsibility to navigate around the field, looking for those objects, and report back the specific coordinates in a coordinate frame that we've given them of those objects. Some of the teams will be attempting this task fully autonomously, which means that once they hit the go button on their rover, they'll be hands off from the rover and it will be making 100% of its decisions on board, driving, turning, sensing, mapping, while other teams will be still controlling their rover, but using the sensors on board, their cameras, their depth sensors, perhaps their LiDARs, to see where all of the different objects on the field are located. There are 100 points available for the Boeing mapping and autonomous task, and this is the final point scoring activity for this year's Australian Rover Challenge. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there are 5 target landmarks that the teams will have to report the coordinates of, and each of those are up to 20 points available. So there will be about 10 to 15 landmarks placed on the field by our judges in the next 10 minutes or so. And the team in the base station will be given 5 of those objects that they'll need to find the coordinates of. Teams will score the full 20 points if they're able to fully autonomously determine the location of one of those target landmarks to within 250 millimeters or 25 centimeters. Teams will score 10 points for each of the target landmarks if they are able to record the location fully autonomously of a target landmark to within 500 millimeters. And finally, if teams are doing a non-autonomous solution, that is, they are still controlling their rover from the base station, they'll receive half the points that they otherwise would have. You can see the UQ team is setting up in the base station now. Their rover has just been weighed in, I believe, and they should be bringing it down the center of the stands any second now and onto the field. The UQ team will be starting around 10 a.m, so that's in 11 minutes' time. So stay tuned for the start of the task. So currently the judges are setting up the landmarks on the challenge arena. The rain is getting a little bit heavier, so it's going to be up to the UQ team whether they'd like to compete in the task right now. We do have a pretty tight schedule to keep throughout the day with 6 teams competing in the task. You can see that the UQ Rover has some pretty sophisticated waterproofing technology on it to deal with this lunar rain that we are seeing right now. So we're just standing by waiting for their go-ahead, and hopefully we can progress through this task. So out on the field, you can see that the judges are currently placing some of the landmarks. So Lachlan's got some AR tags there. They're coloured white and black blocks on a stake there. And then there are also some coloured cubes. A green one in the bottom left there, a red one in the centre, and a couple else around. The UQ Rover will be starting in the blue box, which is just sitting in front of it there. And then they'll be required to drive around and report back the precise locations of 5 of those landmarks that we've put out.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases, and other scary things. The first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge, and State Governor, all in one. First in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space. Helped detect gravitational waves. Made lots of babies. World top 100 in all. This stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1,600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors, and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting, and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated, and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials, and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists, and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks, and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line, and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
So the UQ team is still furiously setting up their base station. They've got the rover just about ready to step onto the field with their waterproofing solution. So you can see the wooden block in the front of the shot there is what we've defined as our origin for the coordinate system of the challenge arena for this task. So that is our 0, 0, and all of the target landmarks that the team has to report back to us will have to be with reference to that wooden block. So for example, one might be 3 meters in the X direction and 6 meters in the Y direction, and if that happens to be correct for that block, then they'll get the points for that landmark. You may be asking, how do we know where we've placed the blocks and how are we going to measure them? We're actually joined this competition by some of our friends from CSIRO who have bought a mapping payload which they can walk around with handheld and map the entire challenge arena in about a minute or two. That should give the position of all of those AR tags and all of those coloured cubes, as well as the artificial objects in the field, such as the lander, the processing plant, the comms array, and the solar array, to about 20 millimetre accuracy. You can see the rover doesn't have any specific payload on it for this challenge. No robotic arm, and nothing to use to dig or anything like that for the science task or the lunar resources task. And they've now placed the rover into its starting position, and they'll begin to measure their reference, which looks to be the black camera on the front of the rover, to that wooden block that we've set to be the origin. The team's 40-minute task time has started, but they can choose when they're ready to start the task at any time. It'll be interesting to see how the rover is able to navigate with the new properties of the sand. It might be a little bit harder to turn or move, but we'll wait and see, and I'm sure all teams will be in the same boat today. In the commentary box today, I'm joined by a familiar face and a familiar voice, Daniel Ricardo, who brought to you the commentary on Thursday and Friday. He's actually doing his PhD in lunar geology, and he'll tell us a little bit more about what properties the sand might exhibit when it is wet.
Well, Henry, the conditions today out here are quite wet, and you'll notice that on the moon there is no atmosphere, no rain, and that's because liquid water isn't stable under extreme vacuum. So we wouldn't have rain on the moon, but unfortunately today here down in what was sunny Adelaide, it's a little bit torrential. The implications for that is it is a huge risk and hazard to the survival of the rovers as their electronic systems enclosed in metal. However, the other significant risk is that as this lunar surface, which is composed of loose sandy material, as that becomes wet, the water tends to aggregate and bind particles together, which is what enables you to create sandcastles whenever you go to the beach. And if you've ever tried walking through a dry beach or a wet sand, you'll notice that is really fundamentally different in terms of how do the particles interact with each other, how much force do you need to apply, and also how much does your foot sink into the sand. If you ever walked on a dry beach, your foot tends to sink and the sand displaces. However, on a wet beach, it tends to just depress and the sand binds together. Now, how does a rover drive through that material? Well, that is a question that we'll find out today, because I sure don't know. I've never seen a rover drive across a wet pitch before. But here at the third installment of the Australian Rover Challenge 2023, luckily today, lovely audience, we will find out as UQ Space attempts the fourth and final task, the Boeing mapping and autonomous task.
Awesome. Thanks for that insight, Daniel. So we have finalised the scores from day 3 of the task, day 3 of the challenge, sorry, after the iSpace Space Resources task. So you can see these are the updated standings as they are right now at the start of day 4. We can see UQ Space are currently sitting in 5th spot, but it is really tight, Daniel, in that 4th, 5th, 6th type area. It really is anyone's game today.
It sure is, Henry. There's almost just under 4 points spreading that margin between that inner bracket. So really, any points the teams can score today will be the determining factor on their final position up on the leaderboard. It really is a nail-biter finish.
Yeah, and it's great to see that QUT team up there competing with Adelaide, who've obviously been to the competition 3 times now, and UQ come visiting us for the 2nd time. QUT, it's their first year here. They've done really well. They had their rover up and moving quite a number of weeks ago, which we've found to be quite a big determinant of success. So it'll be very interesting to see how they go in the task.
Yeah, just on that point, Henry, some of the new teams here today have been designing and developing these rovers for less than a year. And that really is quite a phenomenal effort, considering these complex interconnected systems are entirely designed, built, tested, integrated, and deployed by undergraduate university students who are working part-time as well as studying full-time and doing all this in their spare time.
Studying full-time might be a little bit of a stretch, Daniel. I know when I was at uni, or when we were both at uni and we were working on the Rover team, I don't know if you could call what I was studying full-time. After I joined the Rover team, I went down to 2 or 3 units, which helps cope with the additional workload of the team. So just to give you an idea of what the day might look like, first up here we've got UQ, who should be starting the task at any second now. Coming up, scheduled to start at 10:45, we have QUT. At 11:30, we have UniMelb. 12:15, we have Project Scorpio. We'll have a brief break for lunch before we see Monash and UTS in the afternoon. Of course, all of that schedule is dependent on the weather. Hopefully the rain won't get any heavier and the teams can persevere through it, because we'd really like all the teams to put up a score for the mapping and autonomous task, and we have a final leaderboard after the 4 tasks at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing some teams put some final points up on the scoreboard and seeing how that final determining position, or the tally leaderboard at the end of this phenomenal 3rd installment of the Australian Rover Challenge really plays out, because it's really anyone's game in that middle bracket. And I'm really looking forward to some of those new teams making a statement at their debut year and shaking the foundations of some of the established teams.
Yeah, it really has been such a fantastic weekend. Obviously quite stressful for a lot of the teams, not a lot of sleep, quite stressful and not a lot of sleep for us. We've had a great time. And if there's anyone watching out there who's thinking about starting a Rover team, please get in touch with us. You can visit our website if you search Australian Rover Challenge on the web. And there's a contact form there where you can get in touch directly with us. We will give you a mountain of support to help you and give you the tools that you need to start a team and make it a successful one. We'd love to see you at the 2024 instalment of the Australian Rover Challenge. So you can see the rain radar that we put up on the screen there. So there is some showers coming through. It is a little bit hard to see Adelaide there. It's just a little bit below the crosshair there. So currently got a bit of a light rain to moderate rain coming through, but hopefully it should ease up in the coming minutes or hours. No, because it doesn't pick up. It doesn't pick up. If it's not pointed towards you, it doesn't pick anything up. And then just the time that it takes. We need to be snappier. Yeah. We need to be snappier. So you can see the UQ team are still setting up inside their base station, making sure all their systems are nominal, making sure they've got reliable comms, reliable camera feeds before they declare the start of the task. The UQ Rover team has put an Xbox Connect on the front of their rover, which has a couple of cameras as well as an infrared sensor, and that can be used to determine absolute distance from that camera to any objects in front of it. Hopefully with that system, they'll be able to map the course in front of them and score some points for this task.
And just on that point, Henry, for those watching at home and those new spectators joining us on the field, the point breakdown or the objective of this task is for that rover to go and find and localize each of the key points or target landmarks out on the arena. These consist of AR tags, which are those QR code looking pictures up on posts, as well as several different colored blocks out on the arena. And this is to help try and simulate what a lunar rover may have to do as part of its mission on the lunar surface, is to try and localize itself and some target features for us down here on Earth, as there's no GPS and there's no key localization field. So trying to figure out where things are and where you are relative across the lunar surface is quite a difficult task. And not only is it difficult up on the moon, it's difficult down here on Earth as it is continuing to bucket down. You can see up on the live stream right now, those droplets of rain really creating a hazardous environment for these rovers. But as with all things, these students are just pushing through, trying to showcase the incredible talent and perseverance of Australian students, as well as our first international competitors, all the way from Poland.
Sure is a long way to come from Daniel, and we're very happy to have the Polish team with us, and they've performed exquisitely well, giving the Australian teams a bit of a run for their money. One thought I did just have is that, obviously, like you said, we're seeing the rain today. It's causing some treacherous conditions, might make it pretty hard to navigate and move around. And whilst there's no rain on the moon, there are some other environmental factors on the moon which might make operating a rover quite hard. Like you said, there's no atmosphere, so there can't be any rain. But that absence of atmosphere means that more cosmic radiation gets to this and can penetrate to the surface of the moon. Can you describe what effect that cosmic radiation, maybe other phenomena, might have on a lunar rover?
Absolutely, Henry. So out in extraterrestrial surfaces like the moon, Mars, comets and asteroids, we have something called space weathering. So not only is the weather important here on Earth, space weathering is the unique phenomena where things or objects which don't have an atmosphere like the moon, or an almost negligible atmosphere like Mars, radiation can penetrate directly to the surface and create some interesting surface effects. But not only that, because there's little to no atmosphere, any objects that come hurtling towards the surface, like meteorites or micrometeorites, which are tiny particles or debris of rock, hurtling through the cosmos, only to find themselves ballistically slamming into the surface of the moon. These processes result in the production or the creation of the topsoil, which we call extraterrestrial regolith. And that's just a fancy word for the crushed up, pulverized rock that covers the surface of Mars. And because of the presence of micrometeorites that constantly bombard the surface of the moon, that have happened for 4 billion years, just over. That's the duration of the existence of the moon when it first formed after the Earth accreted, after the big impact that formed the moon. This means that the mechanical properties of the lunar regolith is quite interesting because of that constant bombardment. Oh, it looks like the rover is taking its first steps.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop you there, Daniel. It does look like the rover is trying to move, so those wheels are turning. Unfortunately, it looks like that soil has, the damp soil has made it quite treacherous and quite difficult to move, so they haven't quite left that starting box just yet. Let's see if they can increase maybe the power to the motors and see if they can get underway. Yeah, like you said, micrometeorites, yeah, big problem in space, and not just on the moon or Mars, but also in space itself. Like, whilst we might be lamenting the fact that it is raining right now, it is that atmosphere which is protecting us from those little impacts. And people might be familiar in the news of the Soyuz spacecraft, which is currently docked to the International Space Station, that potentially, I don't know if it's conclusive yet, may have been hit by a micrometeorite. Something like a fleck of paint might have caused an impact which sprung a leak in one of their cooling systems and meant that they weren't able to return that spacecraft with the astronauts intended back to the Earth. So we can see the rover there was spinning its wheels a little bit, potentially digging itself in. Let's see if they're able to recover, fingers crossed. And if they're not, they are able to call an intervention from the base station where they will be able to lift up the rover, not change its orientation, but just unbog it, move it to the side slightly in the hopes that they'll then be able to continue on with the task. You can see the base station here probably deliberating that with our base station judge just now.
And for those wondering, why is it so difficult to just move a few centimeters? Well, the surface of the arena today consisted of a loose, sandy material, and once that material gets wet, it becomes quite difficult to maneuver. But not only when it's wet is it difficult to maneuver, as we've seen over the last 3 days, that loose topsoil, because it is so loose and so easily pushed aside by deep grouses or wheels that aren't correctly tuned, even just the simple movement of a few meters across this surface highlights just how tricky it will be for future Artemis astronauts as part of NASA's Moon to Mars initiative, sending the first woman and next man to the lunar surface within the next few years. Not only will it be hazardous for them to maneuver safely and quickly across the lunar surface, for those little rovers out there, that lunar surface is quite hazardous, as that topsoil of the lunar surface is extremely porous, which just means that the particles have a large amount of space between them, so that as you drive across the surface, it's almost like driving across a loose layer of flour. You would just sink in.
Yeah, it sure is an exciting time, Daniel, and I'm definitely looking forward to all of the progress that's going to happen over the future years. Like we mentioned yesterday, iSpace, one of our competition sponsors, has a lander with a rover on the way to the moon right now, landing in April, I think. So let's cross our fingers that they've accounted for that super loose regolith. I'm sure they have, and hopefully that rover, we'll get some images in the coming months of that rover moving on the surface.
Entirely correct, Henry. And we are currently witnessing one of the next space races, as iSpace is, together with Astrobotic, trying to get their rover to the lunar surface first. And competing against them is a company called Lunar Outpost, which are deploying a rover by Nokia, together with Nokia, to deploy a 5G system on the lunar surface. And this is really important because communication in space is hard because the infrastructure just isn't quite there. So really is the next or new space race, like we saw with the Soviet and American systems back in the late 60s, early 70s. Welcome to the 2020s, where right now we are bearing witness to the private race to space to try and showcase just how simple and effective it is. And this is all part of NASA's CLPS program, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS. And this is where NASA contracts out to private companies the opportunity to deliver or provide services. So, for example, if NASA wants to send an instrument to the lunar surface, all they need to do now, like Uber or Didi, is pay SpaceX or Blue Origin to deliver the instrument out into space, another contractor like Astrobotic to take it from lunar orbit to the lunar surface, and then a company like Lunar Outpost or iSpace to deliver that instrument from the lander down via rover. So it really is an end-to-end supply chain that is becoming available right now. And for those interested back home, yes, you can get involved. You can send a small piece of memorabilia like jewelry or a small memento to a DHL box on the moon.
Yeah, that's right. Super exciting as well. It's pretty crazy that we are in a time where you can do that. I happen to be on the Lunar Outpost website just last night, and they do have a big button on their website which says reserve your payload space now for something going to the moon. So if you're that determined, and frankly, if you have the money for it, you can send whatever you'd like to the lunar surface yourself. So there's some added complications here that make it difficult for this task. I imagine, without getting in too much into the technical depth, that a lot of the teams will be relying on wheel odometry to help with their locations.
And just on that point, Henry, what exactly is wheel odometry?
Thanks, Daniel. So it basically means that they know what the diameter of their wheels are, and so they know that with one full rotation of those wheels, they will travel a certain distance. I'll get back to that point just a second, but I've just been notified that the UQ team have called an intervention, and so you can see their team members in the base station there have the radio that's been provided by the judges, and they'll be communicating with the team in the field here to see if they can unbog that rover and then go and explore the surface and earn some competition points.
So just to elaborate on those points, Henry, what are some other techniques of how a rover may be able to try and localize itself on the lunar surface? So you mentioned wheel odometry, which is trying to track the distance traveled based on the diameter of the wheel and how much it is rotated. What are some other techniques that a team might use?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so recently I was just talking about the wheel odometry. Thanks, Dan. And yeah, so the teams will be able to figure out exactly their position by counting how many revolutions the wheels have gone through, and then seeing basically by knowing where they started and how many revolutions the wheels have gone through, they can then determine that final position. This can be a little bit fraught in this environment, because if that wheel slips at all, and so the wheel isn't in full contact with the ground for that whole wheel rotation, then it will mean that position will start to drift, and they'll lose their localization. So that's one type of technology that the teams will be using today to figure out that position. In reality, they're probably using a suite of different methods and probably combining them to make sure they have the most accurate, up-to-date information. So like we said, you can see their Xbox Connect camera on the front there. So there's a couple of clear windows on that Xbox Connect, like I mentioned before. There's two which are normal red, green, blue cameras, and they form a pair to create some depth perception. So I believe there's two of those in those clear circular regions on the front of that Xbox Connect, and then there's also and so with those two cameras, you can also determine the distance that you are from different objects. So I'm sure we've all seen that if you hold up a finger out in front of you and you close one eye and then close the other and repeatedly only have one eye open, you notice that the position of your finger in front of you changes slightly. And that's a phenomenon called parallax, which is basically the path the light is taking to go to each of your eyes, because your eyes are in different locations, of course, makes the object, your finger, appear differently. That same technique can be used to determine the distance to different objects. So for example, whilst the UQ rover is in the start box there, they could be doing the equivalent, closing one eye and opening the other, and vice versa, to see how far away they are from one of the blocks or one of the rocks on the surface, and get that distance. Then if they go ahead and move a little bit closer to that rock and measure that distance again, they'll be able to figure out how far they've gone and figure out their position relative to the start. It's interesting that parallax, that method that I just described, to get that distance from two viewpoints separated by by another distance was actually what we use to determine how far away the stars are. In that case, because the distances are so great, it means that the distance between your two viewpoints has to be also quite large. And so I believe the two viewpoints that I don't even remember who was the person who determined parallax and this technique. Do you remember, Dan?
Not off the top of my head, Henry, but for those looking at home, if you can Google it and then send it through.
I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say Kepler? No, that's planetary movement. Kepler's laws dictate planetary movement. I think it was before that we got some first observations of how far the stars were away. And so the distance that you'd have to go is in the order of hundreds of kilometres. So they would be travelling across the countryside to do two different locations. Oh, I'll just stop us there. So the intervention for UQ has ended and they have made it out of that box. And you can see the rover is making its way. I can confirm that green block to the front left of the rover is one of their target landmarks for this task. So they will be trying to tell us the exact coordinates of that green block with respect to their starting position.
And for those who can see up on the live stream, the grousers, or those little fins that coat the surface of their wheels, are getting really clogged with the regolith or the soil, I should say. And the reason for that phenomena is because water tends to bind particles together. It's a property called surface tension, which keeps the particles of sand together whenever you make sandcastles. And this isn't too dissimilar to what would actually happen on the lunar surface. So of course, liquid water, or water, isn't really stable for long periods of time. And up on the screen right there, you can see just how smooth those wheels become, providing little to no traction on the surface. And on the lunar surface, the regolith, because it is so fine-grained and so jagged from that pulverization by micrometeorites, it tends to clump or coalesce together because of different surface energy properties or that lead to cohesion. So the mechanism that binds or provides particles to sort of adhere together. And this would become clogged and really become a significant hazard to bogging the rover or preventing it from moving around. And for those history buffs out there, you would remember that the Mars exploration rovers that traversed the surface of Mars in the early 2000s, well, Spirit became permanently bogged after it drove into a deposit of a mineral called jarosite, which behaved essentially like flour. So once the rover got its first few steps in there, it became permanently stuck, ending prematurely that mission. However, that didn't stop it. For several hundred more sols or Martian days, it continued to collect information about its immediate environment and use its robotic arm to sample the rock and soil immediately around it.
So you can see the rover there is trying its hardest to get out of the sticky spot. Sticky quite literally, of course. The team during testing just last weekend unfortunately lost control of two of their motors. Unfortunately, they didn't have any spares with them. Maybe they had already been used in their testing campaign, and they were unable to acquire the exact same motor before they came to the challenge this year. So they're currently operating with only 4 drive motors out of the possible 6. And you can see exactly which ones they are. The front and the rear set of wheels are currently being driven, and those middle ones are just currently idling. So there is a chance that if they were able to get all 6 wheels working, that they would have been able to get out of this situation. So you can see the team here in the base station, deliberating about exactly what decision to make now. So for every intervention that they take, they lose 10% of the available points, 10% of the points, sorry, that they earn in the task. And so given that they are potentially yet to earn any points, we won't be able to say until the very end of the task after their measurements have been given and we've verified them ourselves. It might be useful here to take a couple of interventions, make sure they get it right, and then carry on with the rest of the task. We'll see what they do. So I was able to have a little bit of a Google about the parallax and measuring the distance to the stars. And if anyone's interested, so according to this, it wasn't until 1838 that Frederick Bessel measured the parallax of a star and determined that it was 11.4 light years away. So again, that was done by measuring the relative position of that star against the background being other stars which were much, much, much further away, and so wouldn't move that much using that parallax method. And by doing that, they were able to determine how far away that star was. So that star that they measured was 61 Cygni, and it was determined to be 11.4 light years away. A light year, of course, being the distance that it takes, the distance that light travels in one full year. So we're just coming up to almost 10 minutes left in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task here for the UQ space from the University of Queensland. Starting in a little bit over 15 minutes, we will have the QUT team trying to attempt this same task. So you can see the UQ rover here has that red flashing light on top of their rover, which means that it is operational. It is currently under its own power and potentially receiving communications from the base station. So we'll sit tight here and hope that the team is able to rectify any issues that they're facing and continue on with the task. At the end of the task, the team will provide what they think are the coordinates of their 5 target landmarks to our judges. We will then measure the exact distance away from the starting block that those objects are, and they'll receive points for the accuracy of their own measurements. The team does have to justify that they have provided a measurement which has been determined from data collected by the rover in the field. They can't just have a guess at what the distances are. So the other unit that some of the teams might be using today to figure out their relative position on the field is what's called an IMU, or an inertial measurement unit. This is normally consists of a couple of accelerations and a couple of gyroscopes, and in combination they're able to measure the relative accelerations, both the linear accelerations and the angular accelerations. And by adding all of those up, you can essentially determine where you've travelled compared to where you started. So I imagine quite a few teams today will be using those systems, and like I mentioned before, in combination with some other visual or perception systems, try and fuse all of that data together, combine all of that data to get a really accurate reading of where they are. For those of us joining us in the crowd today at Adelaide, we do have the Australian Rover Challenge video game in the foyer of Ingani Wardley, which is just on the left-hand side of the Challenge Arena as viewed from the stands. In there, you can have a go at the Australian Rover Challenge post-landing task by playing with the University of Adelaide Rover itself, or by customising and building your own. So you can see just inside the foyer there of Ingani Wardley, we've got the video game on the screens there. So if you are standing by, Liam, can you move? Thank you. We do have the screens with the Australian Rover Challenge game, and that has been made by our friends at Mini Mammoth Games. If you're yet to have a go, head on in there and see what you can do in the post-landing task. So the time is ticking down now. Let's see if the University of Queensland Rover team, or UQ Space, sorry, were able to determine the location of that green block. And if so, depending on how they were able to do it, either fully autonomously or remote operated, they will be able to earn some points. We'll try and confirm that as soon as possible, but that is the end of their task time. So coming up in a couple of minutes, we'll have the QUT Rover team starting their bid at the Boeing mapping and autonomous task. In the meantime, we'll get our judges out on the field, reset those landmarks and those tags, and then we'll be ready to go. So, but before we do this, we'll have our friends from CSIRO walking through the field with the LiDAR scanner to get an exact position of all of the tags as they sit in the field right now. So you can see that the UQ Rover has been taken off the field there, and they've cleared the wheels of any of the regolith or debris that's been caught up in them. And it's quite a lot, so they were able to collect quite a lot in their wheels, and that has made it really hard for them to maneuver around. We'll have the QUT team starting any moment now. They'll also have 40 minutes to complete this Boeing mapping and autonomous task. So you can see that one of our friends, Ross from CSIRO, is currently making his way through the challenge field with a handheld LiDAR, which is spinning on its axis. And what that is doing, it is mapping the entire surface to quite some detail. So he's going to do a little bit of a zigzag, make sure he gets all the nooks and crannies of that lander, and then walk around and make sure that he gets an accurate location of all of the objects that we've placed out there. We will be getting Ross on the commentary shortly to explain how this process works and hopefully give us a live demo at the end of this next task.
So right now you can see Ross from SARO patrolling out on the field, mapping live. screen right now, you can see the current standings for the QUTRC, the Queensland University of Technology rover team, hailing all the way from Brisbane, Australia. As with many participants at this year's Australian Rover Challenge, they have packed up or disassembled their rover, flew them interstate or so in some cases overseas, reassembled, and then come here to compete on the pitch. At a current score of 135.7, they're neck and neck with several other teams in that middle bracket. And their score is broken up into 59.2 points for the CDR and SAR, and these are formal document submissions called the Critical Design Review and the System Acceptance Review, which are standard documents that all teams involved in mission planning and instrument development have to submit as part of a systems engineering, which just means in the design cycle of any complex piece of equipment, whether that be an instrument like a camera all the way up to a spacecraft like a satellite. These are documents that help the teams track the development and progress of these missions. And these are things that we're getting students in their undergrad to submit to us, the judges, as part of their formal documentation portion before competing at the task. And these are the exact documents that they'll have to do if they continue to progress on into the space industry. So hands-on, real-world, practical experience by participating in the Australian Rover Challenge. And then, of course, their technical scores in each of the 3 out of 4 tasks that they have completed over the last 3 days. 60 points for the Australian Space Agency post-landing task, and this involves some basic activities, including descending down the ramp, downloading instructions wirelessly, performing maintenance with their robotic arm, traversing over the surface. They achieved 4.5 points out of an available 100 points for the excavation and construction task. And this involved the rovers completing 3 complex tasks in a small amount of 40-minute time frame. This involved clearing debris that was out on the lunar surface, excavating regolith and transporting and depositing it into a hopper, and constructing a road on the surface. Now, that excavation and transport of regolith is exactly what an Australian rover, as part of the Trailblazer Moon to Mars initiative, will have to do in the not-so-distant future, with Australia, as of only but 4 days ago, announcing 2 winning consortia to design and build a fully Australian rover that will be sent to the moon together with a NASA payload, a lander, where it will excavate and transport regolith, deposit it into a NASA payload where it will extract oxygen or demonstrate the extraction of oxygen from the lunar regolith by heating it up and releasing the volatiles, so oxygen and hydrogen that are bound within the regolith. And this is to showcase the in situ resource utilization, ISRU, which attempts to try and extract resources that are critical to our sustained and long-term visit to space, with the return of human astronauts to the lunar surface as part of the Artemis program, which is the sister to Apollo, the late 60s and early 70s program that put humans on the moon for the first time. And the rain is still lightly but surely pittering down here at the pitch. The complication of that is, as the sand gets slightly more wet, tends to clog, tends to aggregate, and becomes even more treacherous for rovers to traverse across the surface. But these are the real-world, real-time problems that they must solve. And the time is 10:53. Up next is the rover team from Queensland University of Technology. up on the screen right now, you can see one of our very real fake rocks made out of styrofoam and sand and glue, showing how the drizzle of rain is really trying to alter the surface. And this is a process of weathering that happens all across Earth as the wind and rain erodes the surfaces of rocks, changing their color and appearance. And a similar but slightly different effect happens on extraterrestrial surfaces of the Moon and Mars, a process called space weathering, where the ultra-hard radiation from the sun and interstellar bodies, like stars, release harsh radiation that alter the surface together with micrometeorite bombardment, because there's no atmosphere to burn up those pieces of rock hurtling through space, which we see as meteors gliding across the skies, bright points of light. Instead, these pieces of rock slam into the surface and continue pulverize and crush rocks down into smaller and smaller particles, eventually down to particles of rock that are so fine, so small, they're smaller than particles of smoke. So if you were to jump out onto the lunar surface and take a big breath in, you would be inhaling tiny pieces of jagged rock. And these are the things that Apollo astronauts noted as extreme hazards to the long-term survival and mission success of any system, whether that be moving mechanical components or living, breathing astronauts on the lunar surface, is that lunar dust. It gets everywhere, and once it's on a surface, it is almost impossible to get it off because it is so fine. And you can see that we have a slight clearing as that shower goes from east to west across Adelaide, giving us a little morning drizzle. And hopefully that is the worst of it, as we've got several more teams coming up onto the arena as part of the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous Task, the fourth and final task of the Australian Rover Challenge. And I am, of course, joined here today in the commentating booth with my good friend and partner in crime, Henry Lowry. Henry and myself were both part of a Rover team during our undergraduate, where we had the fantastic opportunity to travel overseas to the University Rover Challenge out in the Utah desert at the Mars Desert Research Station, which seeks to provide students with the opportunity to partake in a simulated Mars mission. Now, this University Rover Challenge has laid the foundation as part of a global University Rover Challenge series. For those listening at home who may know students at university, high school, or in primary school interested in robotics and space, you can get involved. Check out University Rover Challenge series online to find Rover Challenges near you. And for those Australians out there who aren't part of an existing team of the one of 7 Australian teams we have currently competing here today, please feel free to go onto the website, shoot us a message, and we can help you start a team near you. So if you're an Australian interested in space and want to partake in the Australian Rover Challenge, you can get involved. Up on the screen right now, you can just see some of those small features of piles of sand, those divots of astronaut boot prints, as well as those little coloured cubes that we are using as target landmarks. As part of this Boeing Mapping Autonomous Challenge, it is the rover's job to go and localise these regions of interest, or these landmarks, and tell us, the judges, where they are out on the lunar surface. And of course, this is a real-world activity that rovers will have to complete, as sending things to the moon and trying to figure out where they are on the moon is quite a difficult task. And that is because it is very difficult to localize things, as there is no GPS. Well, not yet anyway.
That's right, Daniel. Not yet. I'm sure there are some plans in the works to try and have some sort of positioning system on the moon. We were joined by Matthew Tetlow, the CEO founder, or just the founder rather, of Innovore Technologies on Friday at one of the events which was going on at the university here. And he let us know that they are part of the Moon to Mars Trailblazer mission, which is sending an Australian rover to the moon. And they will be doing some sort of activity to help navigation and wayfinding for the rover that does ultimately go to the moon. So that's very exciting that a company just up the road from here is going to be tackling that exact challenge in the coming years.
Fantastically right, Henry. And that is just showcasing Australia's key capability in remote operations and positioning. And for more information on that, you can check out the Australian Space Agency's Space Roadmap, which lays out the plan and vision of what Australia seeks to do and leverage in terms of our key capabilities, and to showcase to the world what we as Australians are capable of, and not only capable of, but most experienced in, which is remote operations, positioning and navigation. And of course, no place is this better demonstrated than the extreme environments of underground and surface mining operations, where it is difficult for humans to operate under those conditions of large machinery, high pressures and high temperatures. And this is the goal to try and remove humans from danger by leveraging autonomous or semi-autonomous navigation in systems and robotics, so that mining, or the acquisition of resources, is much more safe, much more sustainable, and cognizant of how we can maintain the acquisition of resources. And as we progress into space, we're just going to continue to expand upon these points. And one of the focuses of my PhD is how we can utilize the acquisition of water ice in space, so that we don't have to ship things, so that we're putting less things into orbit, we're creating less space debris, but it also raises many fundamental questions of how can we acquire these resources in a sustainable and long-term way. And for those wondering, how could there be ice on the moon? Well, if you travel there on a next flight, boarding, maybe in the next 10 years, if you progress your way to the poles of the moon, the North and South Pole, because the moon rotates almost perpendicularly on its axis, and that's just a fancy way of saying, if you were to spin a basketball on your finger, that is how the moon rotates, unlike the Earth, which has a slight tilt, enabling us to have seasons.
Yeah, awesome. Interesting stuff, Dan. You can see the QT team has joined us out on the Challenge Arena. So we were a little bit delayed in resetting the field between UQ Space and QUT. So their task time did start at 11:03. So that countdown clock in the top right-hand side is live. They will be initializing their rover and making sure the communications are all good and they're all set for the task, and hopefully starting shortly. For those of us joining online, we do have the stream up, so if you do have any questions or comments, please let us know, and we can answer those for you. So while we're waiting for the QUT team to get underway, I am joined by Cal from UQ Space, who just wrapped up their final task. I'm sure there's a lot of relief, but yeah, Cal, can you first start by what is your role on UQ Space?
Hi, I am Cal. My role in UQ Space is as a payload member, but I generally do almost anything and everything. So everything from electrical to mechanical to helping cut vinyl to make our river very pretty.
Awesome, great to see. And if I can say so myself, that UQ Space rover is very pretty. That final wrap does look quite nice in those university colours, which is good to see. So yeah, we saw you frantically working away in the base station there. Can you tell us firstly what is your role in the base station whilst the rover is operating, specifically for the Boeing mapping and autonomous task?
No, absolutely. So my role is basically controlling a bunch of the internal systems. So I have two things. The first one is ensuring that our camera systems are operational and that we can debug them on the fly or access them if things happen. And the second part of my role is to work with the internals of the rover. So sometimes some things need to be reset, so I'm manually sending commands over to the rover to just poke it in certain places to make it behave. Because as we all know and have seen today, and this entire competition, sometimes our very smart computers do things that are very silly and need to be pushed in the right direction.
Sure. I've heard a saying before, which is computers, whilst they might seem silly, they do exactly what you tell them to. Would you say that's right? So it's probably doing what you tell it to. You just need to give it a couple of pokes to make sure it's...
No, I'd absolutely agree that computers do exactly as you tell them to, just it's not sometimes what you mean to tell it to do. So unfortunately they can't read minds yet, but I've heard Elon Musk is working on that. So
keyword yet. So hopefully you can chuck that brain sleeve on one day, and then the rover will just go on its way throughout the task. So we saw with the UQ Space rover, like we described during the task, you've had a couple of issues with some motors being burnt out in the week before the challenge, which is awful timing. Can you describe, what sort of challenges you guys were facing whilst navigating the arena there, and what you attempted to do to fix it?
So one of the major components from last year that we actually reiterated on was our motors have a safety feature such that they lock out when you tell the motor to move and it doesn't. It goes, oh no, I'm not going to move anymore, to stop it from damaging itself. So one of the critical parts of my job is knowing when that happens and ensuring that we can tell the motors to actually turn on and reset so that we can say, no, please continue moving. Unfortunately, with us losing two of our motors, quite close to the competition, the resulting 4 motors on the outside were often needing to be told to turn themselves back on, or sometimes go faster than expected, or just poke it in the right spots. So one of the challenges that we had was constant bogging. So our wheel design works excellent with 6 motors because we've got a nice even distribution of weight in 6 different spots. But with the current setup of our 2 motors on the front and the back, with our middle ones being just free spinning, there is a bit more weight being pinpointed on those 4 points, which does result in the bogging that we saw today.
Sure. So I'm curious, those motors that burnt out, I'm sure you rearranged them. It wasn't the 2 middle ones that burnt out, was it?
No. So initially we actually had, I believe it was the front left motor and the middle right motor. So we then reconfigured everything to be in an optimal position. So I believe our structures and avionics leads were the ones key responsible for ensuring that was all operational. We could drive. We did lots of testing in the evenings to ensure that we could be nimble and drive enough for today.
Yeah, awesome. Did you consider, like you said, the weight distribution was potentially a bit of an issue. Did you remove those motors fully from those middle wheels, if so, did you consider putting potentially a dummy weight in there to try and solve that issue?
We absolutely did. So over the course of this competition, we've been testing every opportunity we can get, and we've tested several different configurations, from leaving the motors in themselves to leaving the motors in with just the gearboxes, or leaving the motors in with dummy weight, lead shot, more safe on a rover that's on the ground than in a rocket, for example. So we were able to play around with different things, and eventually this was the most optimal solution we could come to.
Awesome. That's some great problem solving, like you said. A little bit of an insight into the detailed testing campaign that all of these teams are going to have gone into before the competition. So you can see the QT rover is still out there out in its starting position. It looks like they're getting a little bit clearer of the rover, so hopefully it is going to be sent on its way very soon. you can see that similarly, it also has quite a technologically advanced weatherproofing system there, utilizing an umbrella on a gimbal to make sure that it is keeping dry. But I am very happy to say that the rain does look like it has abated for the meantime, and hopefully we are blessed with clear skies for the rest of the day. We'll be crossing our fingers and toes here. So Cal, the Boeing mapping and autonomous task was the last task for you guys this year. Can you describe what you're feeling now? Is it just relief? Where to now?
There's lots of relief. I can definitely say I'm looking forward to being able to go to bed earlier than 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, depending on when we decided to fall asleep. But there's a lot of relief. There's a lot of things we've learned. There's a lot of things that we can now reflect back on. And there's lots of things that I'm particularly quite happy about. So as you guys would have seen, we had an Xbox Connect on the front of our Rover. And whilst due to the unfortunate nature of the bogging, we didn't use it or rely on it as much in the base station, we were exceptionally happy with the way that it was returning data to us and the critical information points it did provide at certain key times. So lots of relief and lots of positive feelings towards the future that currently holds, or that will hold, to us hopefully coming back.
Yeah, let's turn that hopefully into a definitely coming back. It'd be great to have you guys again for a third competition next year.
No, I definitely know that we as UQ Space are intending to be here next year, so I can say with quite high confidence that we're trying our hardest to ensure that we're here next year with an even better rover, much more pretty looking. As I've said before, in my completely unbiased opinion, absolutely best looking rover. I hope you agree as well. We definitely will be trying our hardest to be back. Be back next year.
Awesome, that is fantastic to hear. Hopefully the QT team will be getting on the way shortly. In the meantime, like you said, and from my own experience, during these competitions, it's a really, really fast-paced way to figure out what works, what doesn't, and potentially some possible fixes, because of course you're surrounded by all these other rovers, which are other solutions to the same problem that everyone's trying to face. So that's fantastic to hear. You did mention that you had the Xbox Connect on the front of the UQ rover, which we were pointing out during the task. I've actually used one of those at work, and found an issue for me was the really high data rates that they use, because they collect a lot of different types of data. I was wondering, when you're in the base station operating the rover, because obviously you will have a limited link between the base station and the rover, are you streaming all of that data, or are you just going for the infrared, just going for the visible? What's your approach there?
So we actually went with a approach where we're not capturing all of that high definition data, but we are doing some slight processing. So we had both our actual camera and the infrared camera overlaid on top of each other, and then we essentially just streamed back that compressed video. So instead of saving every single point cloud on I think it's like order of hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of points, we just took nice averages everywhere, and then it just showed us different color bands for the different distances, and that was nicely overlaid so we could actually see, okay, that rock, it is blue, therefore it is about 130 centimeters, or dare I say 1,300 millimeters, however that is in a real unit.
Yeah, awesome, really cool. It's definitely quite a high-tech instrument, and very cool to see that operating in the field there. So we are hopefully QT getting closer and closer to getting up and running. I'm sure they're working extremely hard to debug whatever issues might be happening right now, and hopefully they'll be on the way shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cal, for joining me. I'm sure you've got a busy team to go back to and debrief on the task. And best of luck packing up, and we'll see you at the award ceremony and the closing function this evening.
No, thank you very much for having me. And yes, we do definitely have many things to do, so hopefully see you then.
And if you liked what you saw with UQ Space during their task, please find them on their social media. I'm sure they have a Facebook page, LinkedIn page, and potentially Instagram. Give them a follow and a like there. I'm sure they'll definitely appreciate it. They not only build rovers, they also build rockets. So the next thing they'll be doing is heading over to the Spaceport America Cup in June this year, over to New Mexico, where they will be trying to launch their rocket to, let's call it space. So we wish them every success there with their rocket launches. They've definitely had some success in their previous Australian campaigns, and hopefully they can do one better in America. So if you want to keep up to date with their progress, follow them on Facebook, LinkedIn, or Instagram, and that is UQ Space.
Why does Ghost look so excited? So where is he now? He's going overseas? He's like, I'm in control of the yellow one, right?
So it looks like the QUT team have stood clear of their rover. So there is a chance that they have sealed off the base station. It looks like potentially they have. They've got an operator at the joysticks there, and the rover is moving. Let's give them a round of applause. So they seem to be having a little bit of trouble navigating in this terrain. So the QUT team, like plenty of the other teams, are using something called skid steering or tank mode, we sometimes call it. And that is, it is able to turn by putting a differential speed through each set of wheels. So you saw at the start there, the left-hand side of the rover, those wheels were moving quite quickly, and that was to try and turn the rover to the right. So it looks like they've gone over near the regolith acquisition zone on the left-hand side of our challenge arena, and they're having a good old look at one of the AR tags which is present over there. Is someone able to let me know what was the first one, sorry? So I have been notified that the target landmarks for QUT during this task are the red block, the white block, one of the sides of the processing plant. So that is the supply case just to the left of the rover, and a couple of the AR tags. And I'm sorry, I don't speak AR tags, so I don't know which one is which, but I will work on it. I'll try and get the key up for me. So there's a great picture of one of the AR tags. So these are standardized shapes. So this is called a 4x4 library. So you can see the resolution there. There is either white or black squares in a 4x4 grid in the center, which is then wholly bounded around the circumference with black blocks. So you can see that tank steering just there. So the left-hand side of the rover was, the wheels were moving backwards, the right-hand side were moving forwards, and that results in the rover turning to the left. Just having a big old look at that AR tag down there. So that's a great shot there of the vision payloads that are on board the QUT rover there. So it looks like they've got a depth perception camera on the bottom there. So there's those two cameras which are trying to use that parallax like we described earlier to be able to determine the depth and the distance at which objects in front of it or in view are away. And then you can see there's a small disc-shaped object on top of it, and that's actually a LiDAR, or I assume it is a LiDAR. And so that is sending out light pulses and then receiving them again to measure how long it takes for those light pulses to hit the objects in the plane of that spinning LiDAR, how long it takes to get back, and by measuring that time very accurately, it's able to give us a distance to nearby objects. So you can see the rover is having a look at that white block, which is over by our crater. So a reminder on how this task is scored. So there are 100 points available for this task, and the rover is tasked with navigating to 5 target landmarks. I believe they are the red block, the white block, one of the sides of the processing plant, and 2 of the AR tags that we have out on the challenge arena today. And they are required to send us a precise location of those landmarks with respect to where the rover started the task today. So they'll give us a coordinate. We've, with our LiDAR mapping system, we've measured where all of those coordinates are. And depending on how close they are, they'll be awarded some competition points.
Henry, why would localizing some target landmarks like this be useful on the moon?
Thanks, Dan. That's a fantastic question. And like all the tasks in the Australian Rover Challenge, we are trying to simulate what a rover might be tasked to do on the actual moon. And so, whilst the AR tags and the coloured blocks might not necessarily be purely representative of a task, the whole idea is to increase the autonomy of operation on the moon. That gives us a whole lot of benefits. If we're able to task the rover with a specific activity and take our hands off the control and let it make its own decisions, there's a chance that given the time that it takes for signals to be sent to the moon and be received, so the moon is about a couple of light seconds away, so it might not sound like much, but I'm sure if you've played a game, an online game, and you've had a couple of seconds of lag, it is almost unusable. In that case, often it's better for the rover to be making its own decisions. For example, if you've got your hand going forward on the controls of the rover, and then you let it go because you see a big crater in front of you that has all of a sudden appeared, if it takes 2 or 3 seconds for that signal to be sent to the rover, then it might go headfirst into that crater because the stop command won't have been sent in time.
And that reminds me of a not too dissimilar scenario that we witnessed firsthand as we participated at the University Rover Challenge in our first year. That delay, even though it was a few milliseconds, meant that when we were competing in one of the first tasks, the extreme traversal task, our rover went face first off a small cliff and landed on its wrist and broke it, meaning that we couldn't compete to the best of our ability in the other tasks. So really, every couple hundred milliseconds is critical.
Wow, did you see that? The rover suspension and the wheels are doing a fantastic job at cutting through the terrain here today. You can see that left-hand side going crazy, trying to get that turning radius to make its way through the crater and out by these ridges here next to the lander. They've just taken a moment to pause, so assessing what to do next. They might be having a look for this AR tag, which is just to the right-hand side of the rover. Let's see if they pivot and have a look.
And it is absolutely phenomenal to see this rover tearing up the course. I would remind everyone that having a rover able to move and operate in this way is no simple task. Just the mere fact of a rover moving today is a huge testament to the extreme resilience and capability of these students.
That's right, Dan. And I've just been reminded by someone on the stream that QUT yesterday were unfortunately unable to get off the lander. Like you said, there are so many different points of failure on these rovers. They are just so complex. And that when there is just one new thing going wrong, it can be very hard to debug in such a high stress and high intensity environment. So it is fantastic to see that they've resolved those issues, and now they're up and running with quite a lot of pace and getting through this course. They've got just over 15 minutes left to go.
And another interesting piece of history, just highlighting how many different things could go wrong and how good you must be at problem solving on the spot under high stress scenarios. I remember one of the first times that we were competing, we spent almost 6 hours from midnight until 6 a.m. the day of our task trying to figure out why one of our wheels just was not spinning, and after debugging the code, looking through all the hardware, making sure the motors were still working, we found that on the PCB, which is that green electronics board, one of the thin metal traces snapped, and that led to one of the issues of the wheel itself not working.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here in this shot, Dan, that the wheels there, they've got quite a thick tread in those 3D printed wheels, which seems to be doing a great job. You can see behind the rover that there's those tread marks to see it gripping, but particularly that one of the sides of those wheels is getting a little bit caked up with that sticky and wet sand. So yeah, this is a problem that real rovers have to deal with. Unfortunately, unlike the challenge, you can't just call an intervention and send an astronaut out there to clear them. All of the wheel systems and drive systems that you do send on interplanetary missions have to be robust enough to deal with whatever terrain and whatever soil and regolith that they might encounter.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point, Henry. It's just all systems that we send to space need to be robust and make sure they survive however long their mission tenure is. And it just raises a point of, although you can't send technicians easily, you definitely can. And that reminds me of when we were repairing the Hubble telescope, there was one small critical issue with it, which led to almost a several billion-dollar mission sending humans out to repair it. And this is why the James Webb telescope was so complex and took so long to design, build, test, and deploy, is that it is one of the most, if not the most complex system we've deployed into space with, I believe, several hundred individual moving parts, like a piece of origami that had to be almost like a conductor of an orchestra, executed and played like a symphony in sequence, in time, resulting in the beautiful masterpiece of the images that we see today of interstellar objects that arc back to almost the beginning of this universe.
So with just over 10 minutes to go in the task, it looks like the QUT rover is having a look at that processing plant and maybe heading back over behind that comms array. I am joined by Ryan, who's a member of the QUT team, and he's going to tell us a little bit more and give us a bit of an insight into the QUT rover. So Ryan, why don't you start off by telling us, what is your role on the team?
So I am the technical lead in the QT Rover team, and I'm also the ARM lead.
Awesome. So, and when did you join the team? How long ago was that?
So I joined the team right at the beginning, part of the first group of execs and members that decided, this would be a really cool thing for us to try and do. We believe we had the skills, and seems like we do.
Yeah, awesome. It was actually fantastic. Ryan joined us for last year's Rover Challenge, even though you hadn't started that QUT team just yet. Was that a valuable experience coming down here last year, seeing the 5 rovers, interacting with the teams, and how has that helped you get your team up to speed for this year's competition?
Yeah, it was definitely insightful. We've been doing some initial planning of budget, what parts we should be getting in, just really trying to figure out what the challenges were. February of 2022, and just coming down helped us really solidify, okay, this is exactly what the challenges are, here's all the different approaches, what we can learn from other teams' designs, and just generally talking to the teams was really insightful because they were more than happy to share information, which is really great for first-time team.
Yeah, that's one of the awesome things about these competitions. Like, everyone's trying to solve the same problems, and being able to see those different solutions, talk to them, see what they've had trouble with. I'm sure they would have tried some similar things that maybe you guys were thinking of, but quickly ran into some dead ends and could recommend not going along that line of thought. So can you give us a little bit of an insight into exactly what the rover might be doing now? I just said before that there is that stereo camera which has the two camera sensors on the front, as well as that spinning LiDAR on top. How are they working together to help map where the rover is going?
Yeah, so we're using the camera to identify the Iruka markers and the cubes, using its depth information to help with our estimates of their locations. And we're using the LiDAR just to help solidify those estimates, because it can see 360 degrees. And as long as we not account for the things on the rover, it'll help validate the results that our camera gives us.
Yeah, awesome. It's great to see the teams using this multifaceted approach, which seems quite necessary to get the accuracy that you need to score those full points. And that's of course what the systems in the field would be using too. It's not good enough, particularly in space hardware, to just rely on one sensor. We want to get that increased accuracy by trying to fuse a whole lot of data, and also the redundancy, because like you said, even if one of those components fails, either just before the task or during the task, it's likely that you'd still be able to compete and still be able to get some measurements using what you do have.
Yeah, it's just with what we've learned at university and with all the research the QUT Center of Robotics is doing, we knew that LiDAR and a depth camera system was one of the best ways to map an area.
I'm getting a great view into the backside of the motor drives here. It's interesting to see, it looks like the motors are mounted a little bit higher than the axles themselves, and they're run potentially through a gearbox or a pulley system down to the drive axle. Is that correct? And can you describe exactly why you might have gone for that design decision? Yeah,
so we are using, I'm pretty sure it was 200 watt Maxon brushless motors.
Sorry, Ryan, I'll just cut you there. It's really awesome to see the rover making light work of that little berm there. Basically like nothing was in its way, just scooting up and over. So that's a testament to the suspension system as well as those drive systems. So sorry, keep going.
Yeah, so pretty sure it's 200 watt brushless Maxon motors. They really give us the power and torque that we require to get over all the obstacles. We do have a 3-stage spur gearbox. That's why it's so chunky. to get that 3-to-1, it requires that amount of space. In future, we do want to move towards something like a planetary system to reduce weight a lot, because we are very close to that weight limit, as you know.
Yes, I am very well aware, having weighed you guys in, I think on Thursday and Friday, the cheer that rang through the QUT team as their rover recorded 49.6 kilograms, just under the 50 kilogram limit, showed quite a bit of relief within the team. And yeah, interesting that you said you guys are using the Maxon motors. They seem to be a popular choice for some of the teams here. Maxon, of course, they're a Swiss company, and they've supplied motors for actual Mars rovers. So if they're good enough for Curiosity and Perseverance, they're probably good enough for our teams here at the Australian Rover Challenge. So before I let you go, Ryan, can you just give us an insight into what the competition weekend has meant for the team and where you guys are planning on heading from here?
It's really meant a lot for us. We spent most of last year planning, doing some development work, but most of this rover has come together in the last 3 months. So it's a real testament to our team that we've gotten this far. When we came down here, we had to integrate a science module, we had to integrate our whole arm system, and even though we didn't get them working for the tasks themselves, the arm was working 10 minutes later. So, and we managed to pull both systems together within a day. So yeah, we've done a really good job to get this far.
Yeah, you certainly have. I've said it before and I'll say it again. For a first year team to have the rover up and moving weeks, if not months in advance of the competition is no small feat. And I can't really remember any team that has achieved anything like that. So seriously, impressive display today. Unfortunately, those small issues that have plagued you in the past couple of days, they do happen. It is a shame, but you learn from them. And like you said, if the rovers come together in the past 3 months, it'll be incredible to see what you guys can do with the next 12. So thank you for joining me today. Hope to see you next year at Australian Rover Challenge 2024. And best of luck with the end of this task, and go celebrate with the team after you guys finish.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've definitely enjoyed our time here, and we want to be back again for 2024.
It'll be great to have you. Thanks, Ryan. So the team has just over 2 minutes left today. You can see the Unimel Rover team are bringing their rover out to the field next to the Challenge Arena, ready to embark 5 minutes or so after QUT end. So we won't know exactly what coordinates they've given their base station of the target landmarks until a couple of minutes after they finish. We will try and bring you those results as soon as we receive them. If you've liked what you've seen today, I'm sure that QUT have a Facebook page and a LinkedIn page and Instagram page. I'll just confirm those details. So on Instagram, you can find them at qut.roboticsclub. And QUT Robotics Club or QUTRC on Facebook and LinkedIn. Give them a follow there if you'd like to stay up to date with their progress over the next 12 months as they prepare for their future challenges. So it almost looks like with just a couple seconds left, the QT rover is just giving itself a little bit of a workout over near the lumps that we've got by the solar array there. And it, similar to the other, and it seems to be running over one of our red cubes. And that's the end for QUT. Give them a round of applause. So the QUT rover team will work to pull their rover off the field now, and their base station will be writing down the coordinates of those 5 target landmarks. We'll be working behind the scenes to try and figure out exactly how many points they've scored and get those to you as soon as we have them. And in the meantime, we'll be resetting the field with new positions so that this next Unimelb team will not will be faced with a new unique set of target landmark points, and they'll have to completely map the arena once again. After those landmarks have been all set up and the field is almost ready to go, we'll be mapping the arena ourselves to get the exact locations, and we'll be bringing you that process live. Don't worry too much. We'll just get them off so that we can do the scan and get going. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. Cool. Right, okay. Sorry, what does that mean for me?
Yeah, I'll kick it off and it will be ready to run.
Okay. Okay, Ross is kicking off. He's starting that process. Feel free to give it a go once the information starts showing up there and starts clicking around. So the screen is good? Beautiful, thank you. So the judges have been busy resetting the field, and they have put out the target landmarks in a new area. So like I mentioned before, we have Ross Dungerville from CSIRO's Data 61, and he's brought one of their LiDAR mapping systems with him to essentially map the challenge arena so that we can get those exact coordinates out of the of those target landmarks and compare them with what the teams give us to record the scores. So you can see this is Ross's screen here. The red line is the path that he is taking through the challenge arena. So there's an IMU, or an inertial measurement unit, on board the unit that he is holding, and that is accurately able to measure his accelerations, which can give him determine his position as he walks through. And whilst he does that, the LiDAR that he is holding will be sending out light pulses and recording their time of flight from when they hit objects to when they are received back to Ross himself. So you can see some of those points are showing up there. You can see immediately that it's given a really great outline of the boundary of the challenge arena, that square shape. And as he walks around and exposes all of the different surfaces and tries to prevent any shadows, we'll get a really good map of our arena. Using that data, and that is 3D, of course, so there will be we will be able to see the trees and stuff like that. It does take some post-processing, so we'll try and bring you that process as well after Ross has finished. It should be 2 more seconds here, and then the UniMelb team will be able to jump onto the arena and get going quite shortly. So the LiDAR is a piece of equipment which is used on many things in the real world, such as many autonomous vehicles will have LiDARs flanking many of their corners to ensure that they do not run into anything, essentially. They give you some pretty accurate positional data and are used in many of those types of applications. So you can see after a little bit of work, it tries to render the field there. So Ross is just working behind the scenes here to get this in a good view, and UniMelb will be setting up in the meantime. So with a few clicks of the button, you can see that Ross has rendered the image of the challenge arena that we've got there. So you can see there's many people down that on the bottom side there. Those are some heads and shoulders that I can see. On the top left, you can see our solar array. And this is a 3D map. So the things on either side are the trees which are flanking the challenge arena. He's just connecting to a mouse here so that we can fly through this virtual environment that we just scanned. So the LiDAR was sending out these little pulses of light and then timing how long it takes to get back. So you can see that Ross is highlighting one of the blocks with his mouse. So we'll be able to measure that exact location from the starting point, and we'll be able to determine the coordinates of that block. Based on the coordinates that the competing team gives us at the end of the task, we'll determine their score. Thank you. I don't know if that's accurate.
No, but do you know how long we bumped forward?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. Can you find, and then Dan, and then tell the guys up there so they can put the timer on. Are you able to pop around here? Yep. So. So if it isn't, this one around, turn this one on. Could be, but if you're not talking, if you just pop it around.
He fucked up the right hand room. He was like, oh yeah, the right hand room, like this, right? So they had X and Y. So we're gonna rotate their coordinates, but it's just funny. He fucked up the right hand roll. They were like, oh yes, I did the right hand roll, so it was like X and Y.
There's a certain QT
so everything's off by 90 degrees.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors, and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting, and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated, and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials, and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists, and universities. developing new military platforms and communications networks, and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line, and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia, by Australians, for the world.
So the Uni-Melbourne team have moved their rover into the starting position. They are next to the starting cube there, which is just on the left-hand side of their rover. That is going to be our starting origin, which they're going to have to measure the coordinates of. So it is the Uni-Melbourne rover team competing in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task here. At the end of day 3, they have a total score of 198.4. I believe they're currently sitting in 3rd place. And so a good score here might elevate them to some of the higher rankings by the end of the challenge. You can see that they are sitting in 3rd place on 198.4, about just under 50 points behind Project Scorpio. Both teams are yet to compete today. So a reminder that for the mapping and autonomous task, we've got 5 target landmarks, which the teams will have to report the location in our coordinate frame back to us. And for each of those, they can score up to a maximum of 20 points. We know the location of those target landmarks because we had Ross from CSIRO walking through the field with their LiDAR pack, measuring it. And I've actually got Ross here with me right now. So Ross, can you start by what is your role at CSIRO?
I'm a senior engineer in the Robotics and Autonomous Systems group, and most of my time is spent talking to other engineers, telling them to talk to each other, and writing up proposals for projects like our DARPA project. I was one of those on the technical advisory group for the Australian Space Agency's robotics roadmap. I also supervise students and help out with events like this.
Yeah, we can't thank you enough, Ross and Simon, who's also here from the CSIRO team. Obviously, having that LiDAR pack here has made it super easy to get some really precise coordinates of those target landmarks. Can you describe for the people at home who might not know a little bit about how that LiDAR pack works? Obviously, you've got the LiDAR itself on the front, which is spinning end over end. But yeah, how is that working?
So the LiDAR implements a technique called simultaneous localization and mapping, and that's when you make the map as you move. So with LiDARs, there's 2 main mapping methodologies. One is static mapping, where you set the LiDAR up on a tripod, let it spin, pick up the tripod and everything, move it, let it spin. This can be quite a slow process. But you get a lot of data. But the problem you get when you're setting up tripods is what's called occlusion. And this is shadows where the LiDAR can't see because it's hit an object and got a return. So simultaneous localization and mapping minimizes occlusion because you get lots and lots and lots of viewpoints. So with our simultaneous localization and mapping system, we have an IMU, but we only use it to give hints in between frames. So every 100 milliseconds, we throw our IMU data away. We do not integrate it significantly over time because, in the words of one of my physicist colleagues, if you believe a MEMS IMU, sooner or later, probably sooner, you're going to hit light speed in one axis. So they're not that accurate, but that doesn't mean they're not useful. So we use it for hints. And our SLAM technique is somewhat similar to the way humans navigate, in that the LiDAR does a scan and if I were a human moving around, I can see the dishes, I can see the umbrella, I can see the processing unit. And if I step to the side a metre, I can see most of those objects and recognise that the angle to them has changed and make a guess as to where I've moved. So we combine recognising objects in LiDAR, and it's certainly a very different object recognition to what the human vision system does, with a little hint from the IMU, and so we know where we've moved to. We can then coordinate the rest of that sweep of the scan into the LiDAR scan, and then it's rinse, lather, repeat, keep walking, keep mapping. So the initial motivation for this was to develop navigation systems for robots. Life, however, dictates that that which you did initially there may be delays with, and so we developed this system, and our first major test was mapping the Jenolan Caves. And so we did our first build, and it was done back in the mid-2000s, and we had a 20 kilo LiDAR and data acquisition pack, and we had 2 fairly hefty car batteries, and we had a trolley, and we had 2 engineers carrying all this up and down stairs and whining and complaining. And so we mapped the Jenolan Caves in about 2 days and matched 100 years of survey mapping in that time. And as many of you would know, nothing motivates engineering innovation quite like pain, and they got back and swore that they would never ever do that again, because carrying 40 kilos worth of kit and then having to move the trolley as the third item just wasn't on. And so they then got a much physically smaller LiDAR, and our initial product was called Zebedee. And so we had the same LiDAR as I'm using here, but instead of having a rotator, it was on a spring. And so we had a handle, a spring, and a LiDAR, and the human gait actuated the spring and made the LiDAR flop back and forth. And it's named Zebedee after the character from the kids' show The Magic Roundabout, who has a spring for a neck. And so several more caves and many buildings were mapped with that product. And then it got commercialised. And so for the Zebedee product and its descendants, actually the major customer is building management companies in Europe. And for various historic reasons, there are a lot of old buildings in Europe, none of which seem to have surviving architectural diagrams. And so when a new building manager takes over, there's not necessarily a very good floor plan. And so they'll do a walkthrough with the LiDAR scanner, make a map of the building, and at least have an idea of floor areas and various other things. And so that was the primary market for the original Zebedee and Revo products. After that, we finally got round to removing the need for the engineers to go through the environment and put it on a robot or two. And one of our specialties at that time was legged robots, and so we put it on one of our 6-legged robots and sent it walking around with the small LiDAR on it. By then it was the mid-2010s and LiDAR technology had improved, and so we could get hold of slightly larger but much longer range and much higher data rate LiDARs. So the LiDAR we're using today generates 56,000 points per second. The LiDAR on our larger pack generates 360,000 points per second. The little LiDAR I've got here has got a 20-metre range. The Velodynes have got a 100-metre range. The Velodynes are actually slightly less accurate than the Hakios in that they're 30 millimetres overall accuracy, the Hakio is 25. You can also apply the same techniques to do metrology, so to precisely measure things. So we have a metrology LiDAR whose accuracy is 125 microns at 50 meters. So that's 1/8 of a millimeter at 50 meters range. Being that precise, it's a fair bit more fragile than the outdoor use LiDARs. So it's generally used on factory floors and in large lab spaces to map things very, very, very precisely. But it's the same software runs on all of them, and it's a range of LiDARs and accuracies that can be used to generate the data to make the 3D map. It's basically choose your accuracy, choose your range, and open your wallet and see how many dollars are prepared to fly out as far as the expense of the LiDARs.
Yeah, these systems can definitely take quite a hit on your wallet, most certainly. And yeah, it's quite incredible what accuracy you can get with the map that was showing up on the screen before. So the Unimel Rover is under the way here. They're about halfway through the task. They've got about just over 20 minutes left. I have been told that one of their target landmarks for this task was the backside of the lander. So that explains why they navigated around to the back of the lander to start the task. Some of the other landmarks that they'll be going for are the red block, the yellow block, and a few of the AR tags. So yeah, the rover seems to be operating quite well here. We'll see how it goes throughout the task to go and find the other landmarks. So yeah, Ross, you've also helped us out with some of the other aspects of the challenge by marking some of the deliverables or the reports that the teams have had to generate during the competition. Can you describe exactly yeah, what you had to do there and what you saw from the teams in their submissions?
So the process is for both written submissions, the teams are given a written specification as to what has to go into each report. And in some cases, the teams do the sensible thing and use that written specification as subheadings and just fill in and thus don't miss any of the bits. Some other reports are more examples of creative writing, but if there's something that's going to get marks and it doesn't appear and is really hard to infer, it's really hard to give marks for it. And so my one request of teams for future years is be structured in your reporting. Look at what's required for that year's report. It does change from year to year, and there's some teams who essentially submitted things that matched last year's report this year. And the aim of the game is to fill in the technical details required, but also you should tell a coherent story. We want to understand why you did what you did. We want to be confident that you understood why you did what you did. And in your engineering career, reporting will be very, very important for your colleagues and customers. There's major benefit in other people being able to use the things that you have created, and the way they're going to be able to do that is if you have thoroughly documented the what and the why.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ross. And there's a hope deep down. Whoever wrote that specification, it might be the person on the mic right now, hopes that the teams will benefit from those tasks in the future, because, like you said, they will have to make use of those skills in industry, and having seen them as a student and seen the benefits that they can have whilst working on a rover system in their teams, will propagate forward. So you can see that the Unimel base station team are slowly making their way operating the rover and slowly making their way through the map. So they're another team who are choosing not to utilize an autonomous system this time. And they are just over on the left-hand side of the challenge arena, having a look at that red block. You can see it. They're actually appear to be straddling it with their front set of wheels. So maybe that gives them a super accurate reading of its location. Maybe not. I see the Unimel team lead is shaking his head, so it obviously does not. So a reminder that the teams are tasked here to give us a precise location for that red block. So they started the task over at the front of the challenge arena, and they've since navigated around the back of the lander and over to that red block. And if they're able to give us an accurate location of that block, they will earn themselves some challenge points. It's much easier said than done, because if you're a human standing at that start line, you could probably give a pretty good estimate. Hey, that red block looks about 4 meters that way and 4 meters that way. But after navigating around the back of the lander and maybe having some wheel slippage and seeing a whole bunch of things, that their onboard position might not be as accurate. So we wish them the best of luck. They've got just over 16 minutes left to go in the task. And it looks like actually the team member in the base station is writing down some coordinates into the score sheet, which will be submitted to the judges and compared against our truth, that point cloud that was generated by Ross and that LiDAR pack before. So once again, thank you very much, Ross, for your assistance, not only today with the LiDAR pack, but also with the previous reports. We greatly appreciate your experience in both fronts, and also appreciate your dedication to helping out the teams and making better engineers in the future. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to all the teams that are here for making it here. You're immediately ahead of all the teams who didn't make it. So you've successfully produced robots which drive around the test arena, and there's a whole lot of other places, a whole lot of other teams out there who didn't even make it that far. So it's not an attendance award, it's you actually have a working robot and got it here, and it worked when it got here, which is a fantastic achievement.
Absolutely. And yeah, hopefully some of those teams that were unable to join us this year will join us in the future years. We've gone from 3 teams up to 5 teams, up to 8 teams in the 3rd installment of the Australian Rover Challenge, and we'll be looking to grow that even more into the future. So it looks like the Unimel rover is making its way up to the yellow block up near the solar array there, which is one of their target landmarks. They're likely going to do a similar thing to they did with the red block, and that is maybe sit there for a little bit, think about exactly where how they've made it there, and what the coordinates of that yellow block may be. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day. So it looks like you can see the wooden block in the frame there is our starting position, the origin for the task. And it looks like the rover has actually returned to it. And in doing so, it could likely get a second data point for the location of the objects that it's already imaged. And that's by if it goes from that starting block to the red block that it imaged over there, it can try and figure out what the coordinates are. And then if it turns around and heads back, that same distance but inverted will be how far it is from the red block to the starting block. So the team has got just over 8 minutes left in the task. Hopefully they'll be wandering around looking for some more AR tags and some more landmarks. But in the meantime, I'm joined by Koi, who's a member of the Unimel Rover team. And yeah, Koi, what is your position on the team and how long have you been on the team?
I've been in URT since 2021. Before I worked as a member of the science team, and now I do a bit in that on mostly configuring the IT steps of the rover. Supposedly, I'm in the autonomous team.
Awesome, cool. So the rover is going through the mapping and autonomous task right now. So you said you're a member of the autonomous team. Obviously, the teams have the option to do this task purely autonomously, so the rover makes all of its decisions. It looks like the team in the base station are remote operating the rover now. Can you describe what work the team has done to date to try and get an autonomous solution and how hard that has been? And why you ultimately went for the decision to operate the rover during the task?
That's quite a bit too many at the same time, but I'll try my best to answer them all. I guess we start out, okay, like this. Yeah. Initially, like we started out just basically buying stuffs and all of that, and then most of the linkage came late, so we didn't really have time to like put everything up all together like like with proper time. So we did like we end up like wrote the code that's like quick, and like operates just like on a bit of like greedy algorithm, like just basically trying to go all around to maps most of it, and then just like work out everything from within the base station. I guess that's mostly it. We didn't have really much time to test it out, and this is like we can only sit and pray. Jesus take the wheel like last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, like you said, a lot of testing is required to get that autonomous system up and running, and it does require quite a lot of previous work to even get to that point. With a lot of the other subsystems, the robotic arm, for example, you can remove it from the rover and operate it whilst it's still, and that's absolutely fine. But the best you can do with an autonomous solution is I guess, a simulation environment. But to actually do the real thing, you need the rover to be fully operational, fully built, all of the structure and the drive to be there, which can often take a lot of time, like you said, totally understandable that the team just run out of time. Hopefully with 1 more year under your belts in Australian Rover Challenge 2024, you might be able to attempt that task autonomously. So it looks like the rover had a good old peek at that AR tag in front of the comms tower. So I assume that is probably one of their target landmarks. So hopefully they've been able to record an accurate coordinate for that landmark there. So Koi, I can see that the rover has it's also using a stereo camera, which we've seen from the other teams, on the front of that red mast there. Is that right? Is that what's being used to record the location and movement of the rover through the field?
Yeah, that's correct. So that camera should have everything inside it, from IMUs to depth cameras and so on. So this is probably why it's very commonly used by other teams as well for autonomous tasks.
Yeah, it's cool that there's just a system that you can see it there, that depth camera, that you can buy off the shelf. And yeah, you can basically move it through 3D space, and the onboard computers and, like you said, the IMU, that's the inertial measurement unit, can figure out exactly where it's gone, which is super cool. And so I can see that there's also a bit of a string tied from the top of that red mast to the back of the rover. Is that just for additional rigidity to make sure that camera isn't wiggling everywhere? And if like the wiggle, I guess, could throw the camera off?
I'll assume that's a yes for now. Initially, I think that's planned to like just put some hats and raincoats on to waterproof it from the rain.
Yeah, okay. So it could be doing a dual purpose thing there to potentially offer some waterproofing if it were to rain, but then also to make sure that red mast has some rigidity to allow that depth perception camera to work nicely. Beautiful. So the Unimel team only have a couple minutes remaining in the task. Hopefully that they are working hard to get some of the coordinates of all the target landmarks. It looks like they might be exiting the base station here. Maybe they've declared the finish. We'll hear from them shortly. And in the meantime, after Unimel, we've got Project Scorpio from Poland. They will be competing in this Boeing mapping and autonomous task.
I hope you enjoy the next thing coming.
Beautiful. Thanks, Koi, for joining. And best of luck with the rest of the challenge. And hopefully we'll see you at the awards presentation and the function tonight. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dan. Oh, sorry, Henry. Sorry.
So is Dan? Is this an intervention? Is this an intervention? So the Unimelb team here have quite a unique trait. They take themselves very seriously, and so they have decided to call an intervention to change one of the payloads on the rover. They've only got 2 minutes remaining. This is their last task, and so I wonder what they're doing here. They've removed that stereo camera, which is being used for the autonomous task. So, and they're replacing it with something else. Let's see exactly what they're doing. So it looks like with just 1 minute remaining. I think they'll run it over or something. So with 1 minute remaining, they've finished that intervention, and we can. It is revealed what they have changed. They have put their Thomas the Tank Engine payload on the rover to have one last final drive around in this task. And I'll approach the rover and see if I can get some sound from what is coming out of the speaker. That's right, it is playing the Thomas the Tank Engine theme song. And that is the end of their time. Give them a round of applause. That was the Unimelb rover team's attempt at the Boeing mapping and autonomous task. If you have enjoyed what they have done, either their technical ability or their, shall we say, other ability, be sure to give them a follow on social media. That is Unimelb Rover Team, or URT.
Oh, okay. I'll. Yep.
We're going to reset the code, right?
Yep.
We can scan afterwards.
Yeah. Are they the last one, Henry? Are they the last one doing autonomous?
Before lunch, yes.
Yes, right. Yeah, I'll scan after.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases and other scary things, the first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge, and State Governor, all in one. First in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space, helped detect gravitational waves, made lots of babies, world top 100 in all this stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1,600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.
All stations, stand below, we're ready on your call.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
So coming up in a few minutes here, we'll have the Project Scorpio team competing in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task. So at the end of day three, they are sitting on a score of 245.4, and they will be competing for 100 more points in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task. They're currently in second place. Currently sitting about 50 points behind Monash Nova Rover, who is sitting in first. Both teams are yet to compete in the mapping and autonomous task. And so depending on how we go today, there could be a change up in the scores as well. We'll have to wait and see. The judges have readied the field with new positions of those target landmarks, and we're just getting ready to do another scan of the field to get the accurate positions of those landmarks before the team will go ahead and prepare and ready their rover for the task itself. As you can see, there are about 12 landmarks on the field, plenty with a couple with the AR tags, some coloured blocks, and we've got the physical infrastructure on the surface as well. The team in the base station at the start of the task will be given a list of 5 that they have to give us the accurate coordinates of. There are 20 points available for each of those target landmarks. For a fully autonomous solution and getting that landmark within 250 millimeters accuracy, they will receive 20 points. So while Ross from CSIRO is going and scanning our field, once again, you can see him in shot there, and getting ourselves that accurate picture, I actually have one of our judges on the line who is also helped us judge some of the reports previously in the task. This is Tommy, and he's gonna, first of all, let us know Well, yeah, Tommy, what is your role? What do you currently do?
So currently I'm the Director and Principal Systems Engineer at Turin. It's a local South Australian engineering consultancy company, which is just me.
Fantastic. So yeah, how long ago, if it's just you, how long ago did you start it? What was the decision-making process to start your own business and go out there?
Oh yeah, great question. About 9 months ago, I was working at a company called Shoal, a systems engineering company as well. Great company, great people, great work. But after a little over a decade of that, I was looking for a new challenge and a slightly different focus in my career. I'm very keen to be more about building capability, teaching, and mentoring, which although that company did a lot of that, it was also a lot of applied systems engineering, which is great. So left Shoal, had a look around at what was available around South Australia, what was happening in the engineering sector, especially around systems engineering, and honestly just saw so many exciting projects and opportunities going on that it made it very hard to try and pick a direction. And after a bit of back and forth, not making a choice, I decided that I'd go out on my own and offer my services and try to get involved with many different organisations and different sectors as possible. We've got the space sector in South Australia that is just exploding at the moment. There's a lot of satellite companies and space launch companies going on. There's this challenge, and there's just such an epicenter of interesting and new, challenging initiatives going on around South Australia. And that was kind of the main driver in starting my own company and trying to put my services out into areas that really just interest me.
Yeah, awesome. Like you said, that flexibility that must come with that you get to pick and choose what jobs you sign up to, what companies you work with must be quite freeing, although I'm sure there are some challenges with that as well. So you were joining us just briefly before. You were a base station judge for us. Can you describe what you saw with the two teams that you were adjudicating in the base station for this task this morning?
It's really interesting to watch the two teams work. They both have basically a very similar. They both have a very similar solution in mind. You know, with their remote control, the telemetry and video footage coming through to them for them to make decisions and make actions. But the actual implementation of that is so different across just the two teams that I saw. A third team that I wasn't in the judging arena for, but they had an entire different setup with basically a control box that they were, which looked really good, by the way. But what you see is these teams navigating, controlling their vehicle, analysing the footage and the telemetry they're getting through, and then doing, I don't want to say good old-fashioned calculations, but it is good old-fashioned calculations. They're assessing the situation from the data they're getting, which is 100% sent through to them. There's nothing that they're learning outside of what they're getting through in this telemetry data, including video footage, the LiDAR footage or data, localization data, all of that. And then they're doing an amount of mental crunching themselves to then get answers to those questions. And it's really good to see. The teams, it is amazing how quickly the time goes. It is very quick. I look down and say, guys, you've got 10 minutes left, and it feels like we just started. But the teams work furiously the whole time, and to be honest, they're working really well together in a situation where I can imagine if I was in there, I'd be ruining some friendships.
Yeah, let's hope that not too many friendships have been ruined this weekend. Yeah, it's fantastic to see all the teams addressing that problem of autonomy and mapping. We've spoken a lot about the Moon to Mars Trailblazer mission having been announced just this past week. Great timing. Thank you, Australian Space Agency. Sending a lunar rover, an Australian lunar rover to the moon. And I've read the brief for that, and that rover will have to try and demonstrate some autonomous capabilities as well. And so the companies behind that will be solving the exact same problems that the students are today. And so hopefully participation in this task will help the students upskill for that when they do eventually enter industry.
Well, I do think the challenge has done a really solid job of being a representative challenge of what the real life challenges will be. This challenge to me is a great example. Yes, physically they're less than 20 meters away, but the conditions in which they're operating are completely isolated from the system, no interaction, no additional knowledge about the environment. They're not allowed to know what the environment looks like before they start the challenge. They just have to go off the data they have available, and their rover has to function based on how they've already designed and implemented it. They don't get to do an extra couple of iterations on the fly because it didn't quite work the first time. So yeah, I think a really good job. The Rover Challenge itself has done a really good job of picking out a bunch of challenges that are quite representative of the real world challenges.
Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, that's our intention with this, and we're trying as hard to make it exactly like what rovers would do on the moon. So we appreciate that, and we thank you for your assistance with the challenge, because it wouldn't be what it is without you and without your experience. Similarly to Ross, you were on board with us to mark some of those early stage reports by the teams. What type of things did you see in those reports? What did you have to do? Maybe focus on the good aspects? Up to you. I'll leave it up to you.
No, there are some very positives out of what I see in those reports, which is basically the capture of design and then the justification. So the link back to requirements, link back to design decisions and how they're doing their design and how they're developing their system through multiple iterations. One of the most important things from these design reviews is leaving a bit of a legacy for the teams to have next year. So whatever comes out of these reviews, whatever the design baseline is, for lack of a better term, the next year's team gets to pick that up, and instead of scratching their head wondering where they're starting from, they're able to basically pick it up halfway through. And I think that's going to be a massive advantage as teams, and hopefully teams have already seen this, as teams continue to work throughout multiple iterations, multiple years of the challenge.
Yeah, awesome. I hope to see that too. You know, obviously new teams are gonna be joining the challenge every year, but it's hopefully we can see you know the more experienced teams refining their craft and getting better and better at those reports. And because like we've said just previously, it'll definitely prepare them for their time in the industry. So we've just seen, so the time has started for Project Scorpio, and we see that just over 5 minutes has elapsed into their 40-minute task time. So they are taking their time here. I believe they may be attempting a fully autonomous solution here. So they can be sending commands to and from the rover right now, just to initialize their position as it is right now, make sure they know exactly where they are in the local environment, they've got solid comms, they've got a strategy programmed into the rover, and once they hit go, they will be hands off the computers, and the rover will be making 100% of its decisions on board. So thank you, Tommy, for joining me and telling us a little bit about your own company, your journey to get there, and as well as some of the reports that the teams have submitted. Thank you again for marking those, and I am sorry that I didn't make it to your training session yesterday. I was busy.
Unforgivable, but thanks anyway, and good luck. I look forward to seeing, especially if this is a fully autonomous trial, I really look forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. I think it could be great viewing. See you later.
Looking forward to it too. Thanks, Tommy.
3D printing some parts to make it waterproof.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
added some parts for the car to hang on.
Nice. Can you get me a close-up shot of the Rover? They've got some koalas on there, maybe from the camera near the screen.
The close station? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Go to the first. Just kind of got comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's all good. So you can see the base station team here have been given the score sheet that they're going to fill out with the coordinates of their target landmarks. They've closed the base station door. They've got quite a lot of operators in there who are all going to be working together to try and get this fully autonomous system on its way.
Yeah, it's a mobile obstacle.
Yeah. Did you get my last message about the close-up of the Rover? Are you able to give me a close-up of the Rover? They've got 2 koalas that they put on their Rover.
Was that supposed to happen?
Static.
Oh, okay.
So you can see on the Project Scorpio Rover here, they've got 2 koalas fastened to their Rover, which is a pretty cute addition. They said they were adding in some temporary solutions to make the Rover more waterproof, and so they added some little fixtures for these little koalas to hang on to. A very nice touch, and I appreciate that the team are getting acquainted with the local wildlife. Just for my benefit, are the cameras 1, 2, 3, like from where you guys are left, center, right? Are the cameras left, center, right? Like cameras 1, 2, and 3? All good. There's only 3 of them. Can you tell me anyway? Because then it'll make it a lot easier for me to be like, put it on camera number blank. Oh, they didn't. So the guy remembered that one. 365. Got it. Thank you. So you can see the Scorpio team is still busy working away in the base station there. They're making sure that everything is set up in their local coordinate frame, and they're going to make a start soon. So the block on the very bottom of the screen that you can see there is the origin for this task. So that is our 0 point. The team has been tasked to find 5 of the objects on the field. So we can see there's a red block, a yellow block, a blue block, and those white and black markers are called AR tags. They're like QR codes, which I'm sure we've all become quite acquainted with over the past few years, except they're just a little bit bigger and easier to scan. We've told the teams that those tags are 150 by 150 millimeters, and so by calibrating their cameras, they should be able to determine how far away each of those tags are from their cameras, if they are in view, of course. So I've just been told that the target landmarks for Project Scorpio are going to be the red block, the green block, one of the corners of the solar array, and two of our AR tags that we have out there. So you can see the red block is over on the far left-hand side as we're looking at the view here. The green block is just peeking out from below the time remaining, and the solar array is in the far left corner, and there'll be two of the AR tags that they also have to seek out. So the base station team is going to be initializing the rover's current position, so they know exactly where the rover is in relation to that starting block, and then they will hit go on the rover, and it'll completely autonomously navigate throughout the field, avoiding obstacles and hunting out the tags that it is required to find. And just like that, the rover is on its way. So this rover is going to be navigating 100% autonomously. So there is no base station input to the rover right now. It is just doing what it is doing, and it is doing it with some haste. There is a penalty for the teams if they do hit any of our artificial obstacles. So if they hit that comms tower there, then they will lose some points. And so the rover is doing a fantastic job right now of navigating around those obstacles. And it's probably hunting out the target landmarks that it has to find. We just have a 777 flying overhead, so apologies for that noise. It looks like the rover did try and mount the comms array there, so it has just paused. I'm not sure if that was initiated by the base station team or not. So the base station team are allowed to look at what the rover is doing, but they have to be hands off. So if they've seen that it started to scale the comms tower there, they may have hit stop, and they are given the opportunity to continue their run in a non-autonomous state. So the rover is just resting up against the comms tower there, and I'm sure the team is working behind the scenes to consider what their next move is. So I've just been notified that the team is going to receive a 10% penalty for hitting the comms tower there. We don't want to damage any of our critical infrastructure on the moon. We wouldn't want to lose communications with our Earth ground station. And so now the team has two choices. So the first one is they can use the information that the rover collected on board during that autonomous run and give it a best crack at figuring out the coordinates of their target landmarks. The second option they have is that they can continue in a non-autonomous state. So if, based on the information they've just collected, they give us the coordinates, they will not receive any penalty. They will still be eligible for all of the points for each of the 5 target landmarks, minus the 10% penalty for hitting the comms tower. If they do choose to take manual control and have an explore of the surface with the rover under manual control, the team will be limited to a maximum of 50% of the available points for each of the 5 target landmarks.
And for those tuning in on the live stream for the first time, and those new spectators down here at the pitch, on the arena, on the beautiful University of Adelaide campus, mass lawns in front of the Bar Smith Library, you are currently tuned into Project Scorpio from Poland, completing in the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous Challenge. Just to highlight how difficult this task is, specifically operating a rover autonomously or semi-autonomously, the University Rover Challenge, which is part of the global Rover Challenge series. For those interested in competing in the Rover Challenge, you can find out more if you type into Google or your preferred browser, Rover Challenge series. The mapping task often has teams achieving a score of around about 0, so this is an extremely competitive and difficult task, because not only do you have to design and build these systems to navigate and overcome obstacles like these hills, berms, rocks, and loose material, but combining this with dedicated software and intelligent systems so that it can drive itself whilst mapping, localizing itself, keeping its pose and orientation.
One thing that's really interesting, Dan, is just how experienced this Scorpio base station team are. They are, it appears from the video feeds and otherwise, that they are very composed. They know exactly what they're doing. They've assessed all of the alternate options available to them, and I think that just comes from their years and years of experience.
Yeah, that cool, calm composure in the base station is a herald of a team that has practiced and allocated specific roles, much like a real lunar team would have to participate in within the mission control. That every individual composing that team will have a dedicated role, so that in case of risk to the mission or unforeseen circumstances, that everyone has operating procedures to follow and they can trust in each other to perform on their roles to make sure that everything runs smoothly. And for those who aren't quite familiar with robotics, or mapping and autonomous for that matter, some of these activities that these students are competing in as part of the Australian Rover Challenge are the very same activities that Australia will have to participate in the not so distant future as part of the recently announced Trailblazer mission, where a fully Australian designed and built rover will be travelling to the moon together with a NASA lander, carrying with it a payload which will extract oxygen from the lunar regolith. The regolith, of course, being the extraterrestrial soil that covers the moon. And this is all part of NASA's Moon to Mars initiative, where we set out the what seemed like an impossible but rapidly becoming an achievable task of placing the first woman and next man back on the moon, but this time to stay with more frequent human spaceflight missions to the moon, with the larger horizon goal of sending humanity onwards to Mars. This, of course, is an extremely difficult and complex maneuver, considering how far away Mars is from Earth. So those humans traveling on that mission will have a at least a 9-month one-way journey. And some of the difficulties associated with that is what happens to humans in space. You have to deal with extreme hazards such as radiation, the ultra-high vacuum, near complete vacuum of space. How do you keep these humans alive and healthy? Because you can't take all the food with you for a 9-month journey. No, you'll have to be growing and reusing everything that you have with you on board. And as the ISS astronauts like to say, today's coffee is tomorrow coffee, because they recycle all their water down to the last drop. And this has huge cascade effects for technologies that are developed in space, have massive downstream applications for us here on Earth in terms of water recovery and water purification for those places without access to clean water, as well as the development of highly energy efficient systems and extremely efficient solar arrays so that we can provide power to those communities without access to other sources of energy. And this is just one of the fantastic ways that investing in space can have a huge impact down here on Earth to help us battle significant topics such as food sustainability, access to clean water, energy resources, energy management, education, communications. As we found firsthand just how critical communications are with our loved ones around the world and the necessity for satellites keeping those Zoom meetings running. And again, up on the live stream now, you can see that base station team from Project Scorpio working through that list of yellow sticky notes. These may contain the coordinates for the target landmarks that we've asked them to find and localize on the pitch for us today. And again, this team seems like a highly practiced, well-oiled machine. Each member, as well as the field team and all those other members not here today, this is the sum accumulation of all their hard work and effort, as well as standing on the shoulders of those who came before them. And this is one of the beautiful things for seasoned teams, is that it is the accrual of hard work and dedication as each year the Rovers get better and better. And we can't wait to see what the Australian teams will come up with in several years down the road, just to show the world how serious we are in robotics, engineering, and specifically space operations. Right there you can see sitting, much like a koala would up on a tree, that little koala sitting on top of what looks like one of their stereo cameras, and behind it that security cam, which the team has demonstrated has been extremely useful for zooming into and surveying the surrounding areas and looking for landmarks or the sample sites that we got teams to look for yesterday as part of the Space Resources task, which simulated a rover traversing down into a permanently shadowed region, a PSR, within a crater in search for icy regolith, soil that has become frozen with water. And it was the rover's task to drill into this material, extract the water, and give it to us, the judges, to demonstrate an end-to-end mission of a rover looking for water in order to support future human astronauts. And with 12 minutes on the clock, let's see if this will be the first and only run for the Project Scorpio, or if they would like to pivot and try again.
Yeah, that's right, Dan. There's every possibility that based on the data that they collected with that first little drive around, if their cameras are good enough, they might have been able to see a lot of the target landmarks that they were looking for.
And a lovely quick shout out to all those tuning in from home. Quick shout out to all the parents, friends, and families who make these teams possible. It is not without your support and dedication that these students are able to achieve what they can, coming all the way interstate, overseas, getting the lack of sleep in order to make sure these rovers are running and moving for the third installment of the Australian Rover Challenge out here on this what was rainy day is luckily cleared up. Remind everyone that today's rovers are brought to you by some undergraduate and postgraduate students from around Australia and the world. These students are building these rovers in their spare time, and it is truly phenomenal what they're able to achieve in such short time frames. These are highly complex and dedicated systems that are built often from spare parts they find in the dumpster sometimes, as well as, most importantly, shops that are family favourites here in Australia, including JCar and Bunnings. These systems are researched by these students based on the learning and fundamental principles that they've learnt during their lectures and time at university, as no one tells you how to build a rover. Instead, they learn through trial and error what works and what doesn't. And again, because these are teams from around Australia and the world, no two rovers are ever quite the same, just showcasing some of the innovation that different approaches to the same problem can yield. And nowhere is this more clear than raising some important fundamental questions like how many wheels is the best for this terrain, or possibly even the terrain on the lunar surface? What are the dimensions of those wheels? How big are the grousers? How many grousers are they? What are the geometry of them? What's our suspension like? How big is our rover? How heavy does it need to be? What do we make those linkages out of? Aluminium, steel, carbon fiber? These are all broad questions that we need people from every background to try and put out their brains together to try and address, and this just highlights how big the ecosystem is in order for us to go to and safely explore space for a long time, for the long term. And I can confirm that Project Scorpio have finished their autonomous traversal, but now they are just, with their allocated time left over, traversing this unique terrain. Unlike the previous days, we've had a light shower, which has caused a little bit of precipitation on the lunar surface today, meaning that this sand, this loose material, tends to clump together, much like you would find out there on the Australian beaches. If you've ever tried to build a sandcastle, sometimes you can just grab a bunch of wet sand, clump it together, and that residual water between grains helps cement it together. And you can see some of that grains still stuck on the wheel of the Scorpio rover.
An amazing thing about this rover, Dan, is those wheels. Like they're really cool. They're the only ones that we have made out of fabric. I heard it was quite a painstaking job to make those, and their low speed control is quite phenomenal. You've seen other teams who don't have as fantastic control of their wheels, spinning them up and getting dug like that. But the Project Scorpio team rarely lose contact with the ground and rarely spin a wheel. So yeah, they have finished up the task. They have driven back up onto the lander to return to Earth. Let's give them a round of applause for their efforts. So that's the end of the Project Scorpio run. We'll be working hard behind the scenes in this lunch break to try and get the final scores of the 4 teams that competed this morning. So that was the end of Project Scorpio's run. We'll be going to a lunch break now. So the next competition team will be up in potentially about an hour. We'll have to keep you updated. So stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors, and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting, and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated, and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials, and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists, and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks, and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line, and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases and other scary things, the first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge, and State Governor, all in one. First in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space, helped detect gravitational waves, made lots of babies, world top 100 in all this stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1,600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases and other scary things, the first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge and State Governor, all in one, first in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space, helped detect gravitational waves, made lots of babies, world top 100 in all this stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the day 4 of the Australian Rover Challenge. We have 2 more teams left to compete today in the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous task. My name is Henry, I'm one of the competition organisers, and first up we have Monash Nova Rover, who will be getting underway in a couple of minutes. Their current score is 295.3 and they'll be vying for another 100 points in this task. They're currently sitting in first place, about 50 points ahead of Project Scorpio, who we saw before the lunch break. The judging team is working hard behind the scenes to get the full scores from Project Scorpio, so we're yet to update them on this leaderboard. So they were sitting at 245.4 at the end of yesterday, and they have scored an unknown amount of points in this task earlier in the day.
And Henry, it looks like this rain is beginning to ever slowly but surely roll in, posing some serious risks to the maneuverability of this lunar surface out here today. Over the last 3 days, we've had the Australian Space Agency post-landing task, the excavation and construction task, the iSpace Space Resources task, and of course today's Boeing Mapping and Autonomous task. Over the last 3 days, we've had some lovely, dry, sunny weather, meaning that this lunar pitch, like the lunar surface, has been extremely friable, so sort of as if you were to walk across the beach. That loose material displaces very easily, and we've noticed some teams really struggling with getting enough traction with their wheels. And today, life throwing them another curveball. This now wet surface, although similar, behaves mechanically slightly different as the water tends to clump these particles together, meaning that that soil tends to clog and form this like layer on their wheels, which we've seen previously may actually lead to some serious issues in terms of gaining traction. And we'll see if Rover's large pink wheels manage to overcome this new hazard.
So Monash Nova Rover are one of the teams that we have with us utilizing pivot steering, which means that each of their 4 wheels can rotate along a vertical axis. I think they'll be using great use of that today, Dan, to make sure they don't get bogged, and it also means they can turn basically on the spot. It's going to help them get into the nooks and crannies of the challenge arena so that they can map the full surface, and they are going for a fully autonomous solution. That is, as soon as the operators are ready and they hit the go button, they will be hands off their base station computers, and the rover will be making all of its own decisions completely on board the rover.
And you can see the students' simple but novel solution of trying to wrap some bubble wrap on those small edges and openings on the rover to try and just keep it that little bit more waterproof, to make sure no issues come about with this inclement weather.
Maybe actually the wide angle of the challenge surface so that I can describe the features that are those landmarks, as well as the right-hand side activity overlay. Thank you. And then add the beautiful, thank you. So in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task, there are 100 points available. They are broken down into 5 target landmarks, each worth 20 points. So you can see the challenge field there. We've got a couple of AR tags spread out all over the field, and we've got a couple of coloured blocks as well. There's a yellow one, a green one, a blue, a white, and a red one. At the beginning of the task, the team will be given a list of 5 of those objects, which they will have to accurately locate within the challenge arena with respect to their starting position.
And Henry, will there be coloured blocks on the moon? Why are we getting them to find these objects?
Great question, Daniel. We won't necessarily be putting coloured blocks all over the moon. However, they are very easy to recognise on the rover's cameras and perception systems. The whole idea of this task is to support autonomous navigation, which means that a human doesn't have to be in the loop and the rover can make all of its own decision making to navigate where it needs to go. That's important on places like the moon and Mars, so that the rover can react in real time to obstacles that might be in its way when there is a delay in the lag, sometimes in the order of minutes in communication between the base station, i.e. Earth, and wherever the rover may be located. So you can see the team here are using a novel right angle there, the moon GPS by the looks of things. And I imagine this is just to align the rover perfectly with the two axes of the coordinate system to make sure that they are lined up and they know where to go. You can see the team members there holding the rover in the air and just doing a final test of the steering system. So you can see all the wheels pivoting there. And that's what enables the rover to make those tight turns. Harrison, can you confirm to restart on time? To restart on time? Yeah. Like we weren't delayed or anything. So I think I'll So you can see there is some rain coming in. The rover has been waterproofed with some bubble wrap and other solutions that they've managed to do at the last minute. Like Dan said, we have had perfect weather the last 3 days for the rover challenge. And we're hoping that this rain stays away just for the final 2 teams to compete in the Boeing mapping and autonomous task.
And for those interested, yes, we do have some inclement weather out here on this simulated lunar surface, but boy oh boy can we have some inclement weather out there in space. Sometimes we can have solar flares that erupt from the sun and blast the lunar surface with radiation. Other space weathering effects include the huge boulders hurtling through space that may impact the lunar surface, which is why, with no atmosphere and no wind or rain to erode the surface, these craters stay there permanently, much like the boot prints, I should say, from all the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah, great point, Dan. While they might not see any rain in space, or not necessarily in space, but on the moon, there's definitely no rain there, no atmosphere, no water vapor in no atmosphere, because there is no atmosphere. They do see that other space weather, like cosmic rays and solar flares, like you said. My housemate actually is a space operator. He operates spacecraft in orbit around the Earth, which is pretty cool. And he let me know that the space weather right now isn't actually too fantastic. And so they've been told to essentially bunker down the satellites, not doing any upgrades or anything off nominal to make sure that they get through safely. And then they'll recommence with their operations once the weather has calmed down.
So how far off do you think we are from getting some space forecasters, like we have on TV, to figure out the rain and temperature for the next week? What do you reckon about the space weather environment?
Yeah, well, like I just said, Daniel, obviously the weather forecast for today is showers with a chance of solar flares. So you can see the Monash Nova Rover team in their base station there. They've got quite a few operators. They're allowed up to a maximum of 7 people in the base station there, and then the 8th person is our base station judge. During this period, they have not hit go on the rover yet, so they're still able to send commands over their wireless communication from their antenna to the rover, making sure everything is nominal before they hit the go button and the rover takes over. Hey, that rhymes. The rover takes over.
And rovers will be definitely taking over as we continue to expand the Australian Rover Challenge to future years, looking to expand that roster board of 8 undergraduate and postgraduate student teams. Let's see if we can break the double digits and go in excess of 10 Australian teams at the 2024 Australian Rover Challenge.
That's right, Daniel. We did have, I believe, 15 or 16 teams register for this year's competition. Unfortunately, we lost a few on the way here. They're not dead, they're okay. But it just shows what an amazing effort is for the teams that did make it here and have been able to show the proof of concept with their rovers, just how far they've come and just how difficult it is. But like you said, we're hoping for more teams in the future. If you are listening in, and you are at university and you would like to start a team, and your university doesn't have a team, please get in touch with us. You can find us by searching Australian Rover Challenge, and there'll be a contact form where you can get in touch with Daniel and myself and the other organisers, and we will do whatever we can to help support you in creating a rover team at your university.
If you are in high school and interested in robotics, there are some opportunities for you to get involved, such as the VEX and FIRST Robotics competition. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So the many of the students in our rover teams are from one of those. They did have experience in one of those competitions during high school. Like you said, VEX, that's VEX, as well as the FIRST Robotics competition, or FRC. So you can see on the front of the Nova Rover there, they are also utilizing a depth perception camera. That is the lower silver thing on the front of the rover there. So that uses two cameras, and it uses a parallax effect to figure out the distance to nearby objects. Works similarly to the effect where if you close one eye and look at an outstretched thumb or finger, and then if you go and change which eye which single eye you're opening. It appears to change position.
It really is beginning to pour down. The spectators have sought all areas of shelter, but the Rovers still out there burdening the full onslaught of this rain. There in the base station, this large, relatively luxurious base station consisting of tent walls and wooden trestle tables. Of course, for those competitors who are lucky enough to be selected as part of the 2023 University Rover Challenge coming up in the next few months, congratulations to all those selected. You can, or you will, be setting up your rovers, or your communication system at least, in the back of a U-Haul trailer. So if you're above 6 feet, good luck standing up in there.
That's right, Daniel. We have Monash Nova Rover, this team just about to compete, as well as our Polish team, Project Scorpio. We found out just a couple of days ago that they have both been invited to compete in the University Rover Challenge. There were 2 of the 37 teams selected to compete, and I'm just going to stop you there. It does look like we have movement from the Rover. So I've been told that the first thing that the Rover does is a full 360, so it is completely under autonomous control right now. It does have the coordinates of the edges of the challenge arena, so there shouldn't be any risk of it going for a little bit of an adventure out into the grass. So it does a full 360, sees what it can see in the vicinity, and then it will go on a little exploratory journey.
And a huge testament to just how hard this team has worked to get those individual pivot steering wheels working together with a fully autonomous stack. Truly impressive achievement of some undergraduate teams and the confluence of several years of hard work, late nights, and lots of collaborative teamwork trying to get these integrated systems working.
So you can see the Rover must be thinking through quite a bit here, navigating the obstacles that are in its way. So it is under complete autonomous control, hoping to avoid contact with that lander.
And if it does come in contact with any of the props, the supply caches out here on the field, they will incur a 10%
So you can see the base station team there. So they're hands off the computer. The Rover is completely operating itself, but they are giggling a little bit as it is trying to avoid that lander ramp. And you can see the cheers ringing out as they thought it had avoided it, but now it's going back for some more. Let's see if it can get out of this sticky spot. No, other way. No, you don't want to go that way, buddy. Go on, rotate. Yep. Yep. Can it hear me? I don't think it can. So we've just been told that the team has called an end to the fully autonomous run just there. So now they have 2 options up their sleeves. So they'll be considering their options going forward. Option number 1 is to use the information that they have collected during that autonomous run and try and give us an approximate location of their target locations. If they do that, they will still be eligible to get the full points for each of those target locations. Option number 2 is to enter remote operation mode, so our normal mode where the operators in the base station will be able to directly control the rover, have a look around with the cameras. However, if they do that, it means that they will only be eligible for 50% of the available points for each of the target landmarks.
Looks like those wheels that Nova Rover is using, they've had a lot of issues with the height and geometry of the grousers, those fins that cover the surface of the wheels. And looks like they've manually shaved them down slowly but surely over the duration of the Australian Rover Challenge.
So what we have up on screen here is exactly what the base station operators are seeing. So it looks like they have collected some of the data. The black perimeter you're seeing there, I imagine, is what they've inputted as the boundary coordinates of the challenge arena. And the black dots inside there, I imagine, is the point cloud that has been generated from the depth perception camera during its autonomous run. Yes, I am. I'm what, sorry? Yeah, can do. I'm out. Can you bring Chloe up?
Those new viewers tuning into the live stream and the spectators down here at the pitch, you are watching the Monash University Nova Rover team currently in the base station. And this is their gorgeous hot pink Rover. We're about halfway through their Boeing mapping and autonomous task, where the Rover's just completed a fully autonomous run, and the team is now deciding whether or not to keep this run or try and continue in a semi-autonomous fashion. And the objective of this task is to localize and provide to us, the judges, the position, or the relative position of various landmarks, which can include the colored blocks, the AR tags, and the supply caches out here on the arena. And the ultimate goal of this task is to try and simulate what a lunar rover would have to do if deployed to the lunar surface, as there is no reference frame of where things are on the lunar surface. Of course, you do not have GPS, at least not yet anyway. As we deploy supply caches which land on the lunar surface, sometimes that error within the landing zone, or the estimated landing zone, is not quite right, and they will land not in the specified place that we expected them to be. So a rover driving out, finding where they are, avoiding obstacles and localizing them will be a real task. And we are getting undergraduate students to perform it for us here today, just highlighting the novelty of this Australian Rover Challenge and providing unique opportunities for students to test and demonstrate their expertise in this rapidly growing area. And on the view right now, you can see the view of the base station operators of the input data received from the rover during their previous or fully autonomous run. Now, one of the other novelties of the Australian Rover Challenge, and I guess the beautiful things of building rovers, is that every team from around Australia and the world will have a different approach to the same problem. Different teams will use different components. Some of them will even manufacture everything themselves. And this opens many doors into addressing fundamental questions like, how do you develop and how do you fuse together the various input data used for autonomous traversal and obstacle avoidance? How do you control the rover? What platform do you use? How big does it need to be? How many wheels? And for this challenge at least, for every task except the excavation and construction task, which had a total mass of 60 kilos, all the other tasks required that the rovers be no more than 50 kilos, with a combined total mass of all the subsystems used in the challenge being 80 kilos. And of course, the maximum dimensions of the rover in any dimension being 1.6 meters. And this is to try and provide some engineering parameters that they need to design against. As with anything that you send into space, you will be given a mass and dimension budget which you cannot exceed. And if you do, it costs an extreme amount of money, as every kilo launched into low Earth orbit or even into deep space gets more and more expensive. As the more mass you need to launch, you need more fuel, and of course fuel has mass, and you get this runaway effect where things become very expensive very rapidly. And if any of these teams were to try and launch their rovers into space, well, it would cost a lot more than the money that they have. And with just about 18 minutes left on the clock, we have here waiting in suspense to see what the Monash Nova Rover team decide to do with their remaining time, having just completed a fully autonomous run. 100 points up for grabs. Let's see if they can beat their previous score from last year, and to showcase to us here today just how good their team is after several years of design and development, improvement, learning upon their mistakes and getting better and better every year. Just remind everyone of the extremely fun, extremely new Mini Mammoth Games opportunity to play their Roving Rovers game just to the left of the arena pitch, just inside the Ngani Wardley, next to the Warm Cafe with coffee and food. Not only can you watch the Australian Challenge, Rover Challenge, you can play it as each of, or at least the University of Adelaide Rover has been ported into the game, where you can participate in one of the four, or each of the four activities, should I say, where you yourself can drive the rover around on the simulated lunar surface in this game. Truly exciting. If you have any younger family or friends interested in space, I suggest you go test it out. And there's the base station team. And while we're here, I'm just going to interview, could you please introduce yourself, Liam?
Yeah, I'm Liam Whittle. I was the autonomous lead last year. I'm not 100% familiar with all the code of this system, but hopefully I can answer some fundamental questions.
So up on the screen before, we saw a white system overlay. Can you tell us a little bit about the data that the rover is receiving and what that view up on the screen exactly was, and what's the team are trying to figure out right now in the base station?
Yeah, so that was a 2D map of actually quite a few different things. So most of what you could see there was a 2D occupancy grid. The rover receives 3D information, but it's trying to plot that in a useful way, so it actually converts it into a 2D map, and it can use that then to path plan. You would have also seen a little line sort of going around, I think what is the lander, and that was the path that it was planning, trying to get around that, probably to this AR tag here, just to get a better look at it. You might have also seen some other small little lines that were moving around, and it looks like those were its estimate of the position of the AR tags and perhaps even some of the blocks.
So it was trying to do something called SLAM. Could you tell us a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, so SLAM, simultaneous localization and mapping. You've got two components. Localization, which is knowing where you are, and mapping, which is knowing what's around you. And the top camera on the rover is performing that task. We don't actually use the map that it's generating, we use its position. What we then do is take the depth information from the lower camera, which is another stereo camera, and plot, sort of translating the using a translation of the position of our rover and what we see from our rover, that 2D occupancy grid that you see. So there's actually there's sort of two slams happening, so to speak.
And you were telling me yesterday a little bit about the complexities with SLAM and autonomous traversal and mapping in terms of, at a baseline, it's getting the rover to drive out by himself, then obstacle avoidance is the next hurdle, and last but not least, the long-term sort of tracking of its position and pose as it continues to traverse autonomously. Can you just explain to us why those things get incrementally more difficult?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously the first one is simply driving. That requires some high-level code, which is responding to what the rover's perception of the world is and driving it. If you can already drive a rover, you can probably write some of that code to simply get the wheels moving. Avoiding obstacles you can often do in a local context with recently seen things, and so plotting them in the map, even if you have a somewhat inaccurate understanding of your location, you can still generally avoid those obstacles. But as you mentioned, the third thing, which is generally one of the hardest things, is long-term tracking of position. That's difficult because whenever you're tracking your position, there's going to be some error. That is the difference between what you've estimated your new position is and what it actually is. And over time, that's going to increase. And if you don't have a way of relocalizing, eventually you just could be completely lost. And that's really important when it comes to localizing objects that are further away, because in the process of getting there, you have to keep a good, accurate track of your rover's position, so that you can sort of add that on to where you see the objects relative to your rover. So the hope is that you're able to see as much as you can when the rover starts, because your rover's position won't have drifted that much. And then as you try to search out and find those further away things, that your position hasn't drifted too much.
Yeah, so it's always kind of combat that drift as the rover
Absolutely,
traverses. Yeah. So just up on the screen now, we can see some of that colored gradient. Is that the view of the rover from a position, or the previous run trying to localize objects, or is that distance?
So that looks like a depth image from the lower camera. So it's what we call a 3D point cloud, and it's sort of in the moment what the rover immediately sees. It's raw sensor from that camera. They're playing back the information. So they recorded all the raw data and all the process data that they got during the run, and they're playing it back, I assume, to try to get a best guess of where these obstacles are. So the rover does that processing. It gives its, their best guess, but they might also want to run their eyes over it and do some sanity checking, so to speak. Maybe also do a bit of guesstimating. So yeah, we were seeing that raw point cloud data that's also converted into that 2D map.
And in your time on the team, you've been part of the Nova Rover team for several years. In your experience, how has this system evolved over the time since you first joined the team and to its current state now?
It's definitely become a lot more aware of its surroundings. So in our first ever ARC, we struggled, you might think that it's writing the algorithms that's hard, but equally hard can just be getting things installed. The right library, looking through enough forums online. So we struggled to get the depth camera installed, and so we actually scouted out a map beforehand and had an offline map, and we did path planning based on that. So it was autonomous, but it really was, it's like if you closed your eyes and tried to remember where you were, and you might be able to walk around your house a little bit, but eventually you'll get lost, and so that's the system that we had.
Yeah, and just to that point in terms of having difficulties installing things, it sort of alludes back to that point where no one teaches you how to do these sorts of things. It's students figuring it out themselves and developing these systems in your spare time, in your workshops, or even at home oftentimes. And it's really a testament to the amount of dedication that you guys as students have, and are really expanding upon what you're learning at university and going out and learning how to install, use, and deploy these systems under extremely stressful and variable competition conditions. And in terms of your experience of this challenge compared to other challenges, you've competed in the University Rover Challenge, of course. Are there any key differences in this compared to the University Rover Challenge?
Absolutely. So one of the big differences is, I was talking about awareness and localization before. That's a huge difference. So in the University Rover Challenge, you're allowed to use GPS, and in fact, we used a form called differential GPS, which gave us incredibly accurate positioning. We could also use a magnetometer, also known as a compass, to know our absolute orientation. So if you combine position and orientation, and given that you have external sensors, that is satellites and I guess the magnetic field of the Earth, your position isn't going to drift. So, you know, because we had implemented those systems, we didn't have to deal with drift. We more had to deal with obstacle avoidance over long distances and deal with some really tough terrain.
And I remember competing at the University Rover Challenge one time, and the goal was to identify the location of yellow tennis balls out on the pitch, or the Mars Desert in Utah. And because it rained the previous week, there were lots of blooming of small yellow flowers all across the pitch, making it extremely difficult for the Rovers to identify or localize those tennis balls. And it sort of just highlights the unpredictable and sometimes tricky role that nature has to play as part of these rover challenges, as we're working in a natural environment here on Earth. And when there's rain, that really complicates things, like a simulated lunar or Martian surface. And you can just see up on the screen right now that dramatic change in texture and color and, of course, mechanical behavior of this lunar surface consisting of a fine-grained sand and silt. And you can see right now that the pink Nova rover is still poised just next to the lander. And, of course, had it made a collision with the lander or with any of the supply caches, it would have taken a 10% haircut to the points for this task. And it's fantastic to see the team pausing just before that haircut. And now it's really a game of strategy to see how can they optimize the amount of points up for grabs or left on the table right now, as you're sitting at number one. And really it's anyone's game to see how Project Scorpio go, and we'll release the scores later today. With 7 minutes left on the clock, we'll really see the final role that the mapping and autonomous task has on the Nova rover. In terms of the design cycle, are there any things that you guys are looking to expand upon or build upon in the next year?
Look, I don't want to speak for current or future leaders necessarily, but one example of something that we had been working on was an implementation of simultaneous localization and mapping that happens on our hardware that's in our control and that would give us sort of access to that map, as opposed to having a camera do it inside the camera and then us generate a separate map with our depth camera, as we've done the last few years. That's something that I think everyone is extremely excited to continue to work on, because it really unlocks new capabilities, simplifies things, and it potentially, if you have the ability to relocalize, eliminate some of those problems from drift. We were all super excited and inspired to see what Ross from CSIRO was doing. We love seeing that mapper come out and map the field, and it shows us what, there really is no ceiling as to how accurate you can be. So I'm sure they're going to want to keep working on that algorithm. And I think also, I imagine continuing to work on the path planning and integration with the control code. For us, pivot steering is quite new, and so I think that full stack integration from the lower level code that just controls the pivots all the way up to the autonomous path planning, you have to do a lot of testing there. It's something we'll continue to do.
Well, fantastic. It's been a real privilege to pick your brain about this. Thank you very much, Liam.
Thanks very much, Dan.
out here with 4 minutes left on the clock at the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous Challenge. Hello, Kevin. I'm very well. It is not raining. There's a micrometeorite shower out here on the lunar surface. And joining me here up at the commentating booth, we have Beck, one of the co-leads of the Monash Nova Rover team. And one of the key things that you will notice about the Nova Rover is that it is a hot pink. Could you please explain to us why that color choice and what is the purpose of this campaign?
So yes, you've definitely seen over the past few days that it is a bright, hot pink. And that is part of our campaign to start conversations about women in STEM. Found that there's clearly a bit of the gender disparity in STEM, and our team is actually in a really good position with 30% women on our team. So Chloe and myself taking on the leadership roles, and also Jess, our CTO this year, we're in a great position to basically show the world that there's a lot more women in STEM than you'd expect, and try to encourage the next generation, empower young girls to see a robot that's pink and think, wow, that looks like something that I want to build and get involved with. And also show the companies that we want to work at that, hey, you should all be doing something about gender equality in STEM, taking it seriously, and the future that we want is one where we have 50-50, or we have an equal representation of all genders in STEM, and everyone is able to contribute to the space sector, the robotics sector, and basically push Australia farther by expanding who we bring into these fields. Got Chloe, my co-lead here, who I ushered over to also talk.
I think you've covered most of it, but I will say it's been awesome to have so many people come over and just support the Pink Rover. And I think the Australian Rover Challenge has been a great opportunity to just have more conversations about women in STEM, and also just not just women talking about this, but also men as well, and wanting to support this, because we all are a part of this problem. This affects all of us, not just women. It's just been really good to see people want to learn more about the barriers and bias women face in STEM. And I think, one barrier I'd like to talk about are the stereotypes around STEM, and it's sort of perceptions of what we think STEM looks like and how it should be. And that I think we encourage you to always be thinking outside of the box. Just like in engineering, we encourage you to think outside of the box, because that's how we find all the possible solutions to solve the world's problems. But the Pink Rover definitely dismantles some of those stereotypes around STEM. I like pink, I like engineering. Why can't I do both? But
That's some fantastic points. Round of applause. And it's truly been several months, if not a year, of hard work trying to launch this campaign, and it's been really impressive to try and see these conversations get started. And I'm aware that you guys are doing a lot of school outreach, trying to really focus on engaging those extremely intelligent and talented individuals all across Victoria. I'd just like to thank you and the Nova Rover team and all the other teams out there today who are doing those outreach campaigns, because it is a huge testament to us being able to host this Rover Challenge, but that downstream cascade effects of you as teams going out to schools all across Australia and showcasing just how fun, engaging these student programs are. And with 25 seconds left, we can see the celebrations down there in the base station. We can't wait to see how Monash Nova Rover has performed as part of this task. So Beck and Chloe, thank you both very much. Chloe's already gone to go celebrate with the team.
Thank you.
You can hear celebrations down in the back of the base station, just behind the pitch, as Monash Nova Rover finishes their last task as part of the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous task, the last day of this Australian Rover Challenge. and we can see all those target landmarks out on the field and the rover being carried away. Not only will this rover be competing at the Australian Rover Challenge, but I'm very happy to announce that they will be showcasing the Australian talent overseas at the upcoming University Rover Challenge later in June, where they will battle it out with just over 30 international university teams for the prize. And coming up next to compete down here is the University of Technology Sydney UTS Rover team, hailing from Sydney, Australia, with a current 112 points, consisting of 65 points from the Critical Design Review and SAR System Acceptance Review. These were formal documents they sent to us, the judges, as part of their selection into the Australian Rover Challenge. Then they will manage to pick up 4.5 points in the excavation and construction task and 42.5 points at the Space Resources task yesterday, where rovers had to excavate some icy regolith and process it in situ to yield, or extract, should I say, pure water from the frozen soil. And today, in just a few minutes, we will see how they go as part of the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous Task. Boeing, of course, being the premier sponsor of this year's Australian Rover Challenge. Thank you very much for enabling, together with all our other sponsors, this magnificent challenge to take place.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors, and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting, and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated, and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials, and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists, and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks, and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line, and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia, by Australians, for the world.
And welcome back to the Australian Rover Challenge. We have our last team for today competing in the Boeing Mapping and Autonomous Task, and that is the UTS Rover team from the University of Technology, Sydney. They have their rover there covered in a tarp, a little bit of a waterproof measure, as there is still precipitation falling from the sky, not too much. Hopefully it stays away for the duration of their task, and they are busy in their base station setting up to make sure that their rover is ready to go. The judges have reset the field, put our markers out on the field, and we are just finishing up our LiDAR scan to get the coordinates of those markers. UTS's task time has just started, so they have 40 minutes from now to complete this task, but the task will not start until their base station has indicated that they are ready to go. There are 100 points available for the Boeing mapping and autonomous task. That's made up of 5 small activities worth 20 points each. Based on the different markers that are out on the field, we've got AR tags, which are little black and white little images there, as well as some coloured blocks. A red one, green, blue, white, yellow, red. The idea is that the UTS rover will start in that starting position, and they will have to tell us the coordinate of 5 of those markers with respect to their starting position. UTS are attempting a non-autonomous solution, which means that only half the points are available to them for this task. If the team is able to give us the coordinates of a target landmark to within 250 millimeters, they will receive 5 points. If they're able to give it to us within 500 millimeters, they'll receive 10 points. And those are the maximum amount of points for each of those 5 target landmarks because UTS are attempting a non-autonomous solution.
Use that one.
So you can still see the UTS team in their base station there, still trying to figure out exactly how they're going to start this task. As soon as they give the call, that door will be shut and no one will be allowed in for the duration of the task. That wooden cube on the back, on the left-hand side of the shot there, is our origin, our 0, coordinate position for this task. They will need to give us the coordinates of their 5 target landmarks, which they'll be given as soon as that base station door is shut, and they'll need to give us their position relative to that wooden cube. This is the second year that the UTS Rover team has competed in the Australian Rover Challenge. And in both years, they have faced many, many of their own challenges to be here. Last year, before the first task, a key component of the suspension linkage was broken during transportation of the rover to the challenge. And so they had to work frantically to fix that so the rover could even move. while we are standing by, waiting for the UTS team to get ready for the task to begin, I'm joined by Harrison, who is one of our guest judges. So Harrison, first of all, what do you do?
All right, perfect. Thanks, Henry. So I was at the Monash Nova Rover team. I've been on the team from 2019 to the end of last year, so I was on there for quite a bit of time. Before I started, I really, didn't know where the career in space would really go, and it was a fantastic opportunity to learn about rovers and space and where the Australian space pathway is really starting to happen. Since then, I now work as a simulation engineer at a space startup. So I've got myself a job in the space industry, which is exciting. And yeah, that's a little bit about me and where I am right now.
Yeah, awesome. What do you like the most about your job, and where is it that you work?
Yeah, so I work remotely at a company called Nominal Systems. We build digital twins for satellites. And I think, sorry, the question was what I do. What I enjoy about it is a couple of things. One, really building up a simulation suite from a ground up. Being part of a startup means you get to be involved in the entire process from the beginning to the end. Similar to how a lot of these robotics teams are going, where you'll get involved in the coding, you'll get involved in the management side of things, you'll get involved in trying to get new clients. And doing a bit of everything is really exciting because you don't get bored down on one particular detail. I've focused a lot on developing the simulation architecture. I'm a software engineer myself, and so building up the simulation and trying to figure out what clients need and how we can get the data that they would want.
Yeah, awesome. Sounds pretty technical. Sounds pretty, I'm sure you probably have a lot of work on your hands.
Yeah.
So we really appreciate you helping out with the Rover Challenge. What is it that you've been doing today to help us out?
Today I've been managing the field, making sure that the field has been laid out correctly, as well as repositioning all of the landmarks, the markers, making sure all teams have a different set of coordinates. We don't want multiple teams having the same set. They can collude potentially. Not that any team would do that, but making sure that it's a little bit randomized for each time.
Yeah, perfect. And what do you think about the Boeing mapping on autonomous tasks? Do you think it's well crafted? Do you think it's representative? Feel free to roast it. Completely up to you.
I think it's a fantastic replication of what could happen on the moon. I think we've seen quite a few teams really give a good attempt on this, and we've seen a few teams really struggle with this challenge as well. And I think that's the hardest part about developing these challenges, is trying to find that balance between getting new teams on board and being able to actually give it their best shot, as well as giving an advanced challenge to the more experienced teams, which we've seen a couple of today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely want to design the tasks so that they are, hard enough for the teams who may be a little bit more experienced, but also approachable for any new teams that we have with us. So we have just been notified that the UTS team has closed their base station door, so it means that they have officially started the task. They do only have just under 30 minutes remaining, as you can see in the top right there. And so now they should start any time now driving around the challenge arena and looking for their 5 target landmarks and trying to figure out what their coordinates are with respect to that starting origin. So once again, thank you so much, Harrison, for joining me up here. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for all of your help during the challenge. It is very, very much appreciated to have people with your level of experience and experience in this environment that have competed in these types of challenges before to come and help us out. So thank you for volunteering your time. We appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I think it's a great way to continue to connect with the robotics industry of Australia going forward.
Beauty. Thanks, Harrison. So you can see the UTS Rover has started to make a move there. So it's turned just a little bit to the left. So So the UTS Rover is another one of our rovers that is making use of skid steering. So you can see in order to turn left, it is turning the left set of wheels backwards and the right set of wheels forwards. And that gives it a nice turn. The UTS Rover motors are quite powerful and they haven't had much of a trouble this challenge maneuvering on our challenge arena. You can see the exposed black linkages at the front of the chassis there. So it's a similar chassis design that compared to what they had last year, except they've rebuilt it out of a lighter weight components. So I believe those black components are carbon fiber, and then they're attached using potentially some 3D printed parts. They're another one of our teams using 3D printed wheels. So the black sections on those wheels are 3D printed, and they integrate into what looks like a metal hub. John? Welcome. So I've just been notified that the UTS Rover team is going after the yellow block, the red block, one of the feet of the solar arrays, and 2 of the AR tags on the field. So it looks like they might be strategizing in the base station here, figuring out what their best approach might be so that they can get an accurate coordinate for each of those items. You can see the yellow block is on the right-hand side of the screen, the red block is on the left-hand side. The solar array is in the back left corner as we're looking at it. And then there are 5 AR tags scattered around. I don't know exactly which one they're looking for, but they'll be looking for 2 of those as well. I'm joined by John from the UTS Rover team. So thank you for joining me, John. Who's just going to tell us a little bit more about their experience this year, a little bit about their rover, and potentially a little bit about this task. So John, what is your role on the UTS Rover team, and how long have you been on the team?
So firstly, thank you for having us here, Henry. I've been with the team since we started back in August of 2021. So initially I was actually the team lead for the first year, and then this year I've moved into more of an advisory role crossed with procurement and operations, and so sort of just dabbling in a few different areas. Our team this year has had a few little bits of excitement on the way down. We were very fortunate to have a good flight down here, so shout out to Jetstar and airport security at Sydney Airport for letting us bring our batteries in carry-on. That was very convenient. But otherwise, getting down here, no stress. Lead up, no stress. We had a few different field tests in different environments. It was all looking good. And then, unfortunately, we ran into a couple of issues within maybe 4 hours or so of our first task. First of which being our manipulator completely overpowering itself, leveraging itself out of the shoulder joint, and doing a pretty nasty job to some solid welds and some 5-6 mil aluminium plate. So
yeah, wow, that seems like it did do quite a number on those components. So that would be, that being the end effector, or the manipulator, sorry, the end of that robotic arm, ripping apart one of the earlier joints in the arm. How did you guys respond to that? Were you able to fix it? And how did you go in using that arm throughout the competition?
So obviously that wasn't something that we'd prepared for. We thought that we'd have it all good there, no worries. But thankfully, so the important thing to bring up there is we didn't have any spare parts with us. Obviously flying, we're constrained as to how much luggage we can bring. And so those sorts of eventualities that you don't predict, you don't necessarily prepare for when you've got such constraints. But ultimately we were able to get some great help from Uni of Adelaide. Again, they helped us out when our Rover just snapped in half last year on the journey here. But yeah, they were able to give us a good hand getting some new water jet cut parts, and we were able to assemble everything. You won't see the manipulator on the Rover at the moment. This being an autonomous task, it's not something that we need it for. And so particularly given the conditions of the surface with some lunar rain, we didn't think having that extra weight was going to give us any advantage. In fact, it'd be pretty disadvantageous. And so we customized our Rover, obviously it being a fairly modular system. So everything that we have today is just what we need for today. Same as what we've done in the days leading up to this.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, like you said, we do unfortunately have a little bit of that lunar rain bogging us down today. Hopefully it does ease or stays out of our way for the rest of this task. You guys are the last task of the day and of the challenge. But it's good, like I mentioned before, the Rover hasn't seemed to have had any difficulty navigating. Just like we see just now, it's off the mark, so that's a good news. Let's give them a round of applause. So it looks like they might be heading over to the left side of our challenge arena to have a look at where that red block may be. And then based on that, they will be estimating a coordinate of that block with respect to the starting position.
So I'll just jump in there, Henry, just to run through now. We've got some movement here. Basically, we have a Intel RealSense camera mounted on the front right of our chassis. Underneath that as well, we've got a webcam also mounted. And I know this is something that you've spoken about earlier with other contestants, but basically that just gives us a bit more accuracy when we're trying to determine the coordinates of these objects, particularly with such high precision. The other thing that we have as well as part of the system is, as you can see, so as I mentioned, we only have our chassis and then the autonomous package as well. We only got that up and running fairly recently. It was something that we'd experimented with in the past. For that sort of, once we made the decision that we weren't going to compete fully autonomously, we shifted our focus into other areas and trying to maximize points in other challenges.
Yeah, good idea. There are just so many different things that you need to do across the 4 tasks at the challenge. And so, being realistic with the resources and the time that you have to maximize that points is something that is really important, and I'd encourage all teams to do. So it looks like they're almost driving the Rover over that red block. Maybe they have an accurate position of the center of their Rover, and they are trying to position that over the block to give them the best reading with respect to the starting position.
So yeah, to give you a good answer there, so the RealSense camera in the front right of our chassis that I just alluded to then, we have a coordinate of that on the chassis relative to the Rover, and so parking that as close to the object as we can gives us the highest amount of accuracy and precision that we're after.
Yeah, perfect. You can see quite a novel solution with the UTS suspension there is that there are two linear actuators on the sides of the suspension, which enables the Rover to, as well as change its clearance with the ground, also keep that chassis level when it is traversing uneven terrain. Can you describe exactly how the team came to choose that sort of design and whether there were any challenges in developing it?
Well, absolutely. If you saw our Rover this year compared to our Rover last year, yes, we have adopted the design, and it's based off the NASA's Scarab rover, which was one that we came across when we were doing our initial research back in 2021. And it was the design that we did a little bit of analysis on, a bit more research, and it's one that really stood out to us. Obviously, it's not a conventional six-wheel rover like we see a lot of the other teams with, not just at the ARC, but at URC and the ERC as well. So last year we only had the two linear actuators. We had one on either side, and that allowed us to independently adjust the ride height of each side of the drivetrain, which, as you mentioned, when you're traveling across uneven terrain, or particularly when you're traveling across a slope, with consideration of the scale of some of the craters on the moon, it's certainly something that's very useful to have. It reduces the risk of your rover rolling over, which is obviously very inconvenient. Beyond that, this year we do have the 4 linear actuators, and so having 2 on each side of the rover allows us to not only independently control the left and right elevations of our rover, but it allows us to adjust our pitch as well. So it gives us a few more degrees of freedom, and again, this just ties back into our ability to control our rover with such a high level of precision, but also to complete tasks to the best of our ability.
Awesome problem-solving approach you just described then. Yeah, it's cool to see the teams all approaching, the problems that they have to face and design around when they come to the competition. And as a competition organizer, we're always trying to challenge the teams in that way and address the problems that we have to face if we are going to be landing more rovers on the moon, which hopefully we are very soon. With Australia's first lunar rover, the Moon to Mars Trailblazer mission, with the 2 finalists, or making it to stage 1 rather, being announced just this past week. Yeah, and like you said, there are quite a lot of obstacles on the moon. I think Shackleton Crater, which is in the South Pole, around the South Pole of the moon, has a diameter of something over like 20 kilometers or something. So it has some extremely steep side walls and things like that. Obviously, you wouldn't want to land near there, but you don't always have that that luxury when you are hurtling in it at thousands of kilometers an hour and trying to pinpoint a landing site, which you might think from orbital or other data might have some scientific value, but also be easy to navigate.
Yeah, and that's something that we've noticed as well in doing our research for this task, particularly with the space resources task. When we do talk about possible areas of finding water, typically in an ice form on the moon, a lot of it is in the permanently shadowed regions, and those permanently shadowed regions are permanently shadowed just because of the terrain and also the location of them on the moon's surface. So having the capability to be able to control our rover to traverse such a broad range of complex terrains really lends itself to exploration such as for water as the form of ice.
Yeah, so it looks like the UTS team in the base station there may be doing some quick mathematics or crunching some numbers to figure out exactly where that red block is with regard to the origin. So let's cross our fingers that they've been able to find that to a high level of accuracy. So this shot here provides a good image of that depth perception camera that you were talking about before, John. I can also see what looks like the end of a USB cable to the right of that. Is there meant to be something there? Is that a leftover from another task, or what's going on there?
So we've operated a number of different configurations across the challenge, depending on what task we're completing. And so at peak capacity, we had 3 webcams as well as our drive cameras. And so, yeah, there's lots of bits and pieces that are still attached. Obviously, they have varying purposes, and if they serve a purpose, or they might serve a purpose for the challenge, ultimately we will keep them on just as a contingency. When we're doing our testing in the hours leading up to the challenge, just as a systems check, we want to make sure that we are prepared for every eventuality and every failure, except for the ones that you really can't prepare for. Which again ties back to on the first day. Yes, we had the manipulator, tear itself apart, but we also unfortunately had the hard drive crack, which required quite a few hours worth of re-uploading things, and obviously that wasn't something that we could do in the 40 minutes we had allocated to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just sort of, starts to paint a picture of just how hard these tasks can be, how complex these rover systems are, and how many different failure modes they have. Like you described, the teams will look into what some possible failures are, potentially use a formal process like failure mode effect analysis and things like that. But there are definitely some things that you just can't prepare for.
Exactly. We can only prepare for the eventualities that we think of and the ones that we can address. There's obviously some things that we can only hope and pray. Again, flying didn't necessarily give us the luxury that we had last year of towing a trailer, where we could just jam pack everything that we thought we could possibly need. But again, looking to the future, we would love to compete in things such as the University Rover Challenge in the US and the European Rover Challenge over in Europe. And so those are 2 events that we most certainly will not be driving to. And so it's awesome this year to have the opportunity to fly down here. It just gives us a bit of travel experience via air, and it sets us up well for those other competitions that are overseas.
Yeah, that's right. You'll definitely have to fly to either the States or Europe. You've got that right. So it looks like the rover might have made a little bit of a move, so it might be angling now to go hunt out one of those other target landmarks that it's tasked to find. And it is super interesting, and that's also one of the drivers of why we made the Australian Rover Challenge, is so that Australian teams can get here much easily, or much more easily rather. When the things such as the University Rover Challenge or the URC are on another continent, it makes such a huge barrier to entry, not less in how difficult it is to get there, but also how much it costs to get there as well. Especially with an unproven team, sometimes it can be hard trying to get some funding from your university, and so having a challenge which is easier to get to, both logistically and financially, means that you can demonstrate that you are the real deal before going after the big bucks that you'll need to make it to the US.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that we are grateful for. The other thing is as well, we get to see a lot more of these teams, the Australian teams, more frequently than we would with the US or European teams, obviously them being a bit further away. But yeah, that's a good point, Henry. This provides us with an opportunity to prove ourselves, most notably to the university, and UTS, and particularly the Faculty of Engineering and IT has been very supportive of us last year. Obviously we had lots of COVID lockdowns and things like that, and we ended up basically doing our fabrication and testing within 8 weeks, culminating in really just before we stepped onto the arena last year. But that would also not be possible without the support of Fatma, who's over there making some great filming for us. And having the opportunity to have someone such as her work with us and have our best interests in mind as well is very important.
Yeah, absolutely crucial to have those supporters on the inside that you really need to get those things across the line. Absolute insanity, completing the rover in basically 8 weeks last year. Like, that's such an incredible effort. I'm sure there were a couple of hours, spent awake that probably shouldn't have, but I'm sure all of the hard work was worth it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we did get fortunate last year with how our system operated. This year we've taken a bit of a different design approach. So of course we've got the same fundamentals. We've taken the things that worked well for us, such as the adjustable ride height, the four wheels, and the chassis shape. We've kept that, but then there's other systems that we've optimized. So this is sort of our first crack in a long-term Rover. Particularly, most notable additions this year are our manipulator and our science payload and also our dozer blade. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show that off. But this year we provided ourselves with a much better opportunity to score more points. Unfortunately, again, that wasn't necessarily how it played out. But next year we'll return more robust system, same drive and intent, and hopefully an awesome result.
Yeah, I'm sure. I have no doubt that hard work will pay off. You're just going for those incremental gains, getting better and better each year, and then before you know it, you'll be making a system which might actually go to the moon. Who knows?
Fingers crossed. Let's wait and see.
So we've got a rule that if it's really raining, then we put a pause. Unfortunately, rain on the moon, but there is other space weather that's potentially over from. So some similar aspects. All right, I'm going to end it here, and then for. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely go into that, without a doubt. So UTS have 6 minutes left in the task. Let's hope they're able to navigate to some of those other target landmarks and get some more points on the board. Thank you very much, John, for joining me. Much appreciated giving that insight into the UTS team. Best luck for the rest of the task, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you in future years.
Thanks for the opportunity, Henry. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And up on the screen right now, you can see the trophies that will be awarded to first, second, and third place. And if we can just get a lovely little zoom in up to the first place trophy. So these trophies, each first, second, and third place, have been entirely built by the student teams as part of our trophy building ceremony on Thursday. And these lovely, magnificent trophies, spray painted gold, are built from the failed parts that were 3D printed, or these breadboards, as well as some of these interactive parts. So you'll notice that each trophy is interactive. And these trophies were not purchased, but the incentive was to try and get the students to build them themselves, but also use them or create them from the parts of failed attempts during the development and design of their rover. And symbolically, these trophies represent the sum accumulation of all the lessons learned and the failures that we've done together as a community of undergrad and postgraduate students building rovers, and are awarded to the winners, representing that our successes are built upon all of our failures, and we can only strive forward together as a team. And it is one thing that is unique to the Australian Rover Challenge, and I think it's really symbolic of the tight-knit community that we've witnessed over the last few days, with teams helping each other, going above and beyond, with some arms completely shearing and breaking some of the chassis during testing prior to some of the tasks, some vision systems being blown by feeding too much energy into them. And it's really amazing to see how just tight-knit this community is of Australian students and overseas students coming together during this intense, stressful environment to help each other out. And although they're competing for points up on the board with that leader score showing the huge spread of talent here today, it's fantastic to see these teams competing, but also collaborating and lifting each other up. And as the famous saying goes, a rising tide lifts all ships, and I hope that the Australian Rover Challenge plays a small but significant role in raising the tide of Australian talent that may go on to participate in missions like the Trailblazer, together with the Australian Space Agency and NASA, as we send humans back to the moon and onwards to Mars. And I'll leave you with just another fantastic view of these trophies. And once again, we have in first place these failed 3D prints. I believe these are from one of the teams with the large rounded wheel profiles. We've got some, I believe, pieces of chassis that were bent the wrong way during development. We have back here another failed 3D print. In second place here, we've got an interactive, I believe it was a linear actuator with a PCB superglued to it, of course, spray painted gold. Again, these are incorrectly bent axle pieces. Again, a tier, almost like a wedding cake, of failed 3D prints. And in last place here, we've got this interactive windmill. This might have been part of some sort of motor drive or rotation mechanism, as well as another PCB that was probably blown. This might have been part of an Arduino or Raspberry Pi system. Some of these laser cut wooden pieces, part of the University of Melbourne's paver system or their solution, as well as what looks like the QUT 3D printed wheel, and you can't quite see it. Maybe if I tilt it a little bit just for the camera, you can see that center hub, if I move the PCB, completely sheared in almost every direction. This was probably probably produced from some of their field tests. And again, this just highlights that building rovers isn't easy. Lots of things are going to fail, and they're going to fail frequently. And the success of your team compared to other teams is built on how do you take those failures and move forward? What can you learn? And more importantly, how can you grow as a team? So it's not just your technical capability, it's also the soft skills of how do you grow in terms of your leadership group. And one of the significant risks for the success of any team is how do you transfer knowledge? As with all university graduates, there will come a day where you need to graduate and you need to leave the team. And just as you may need to leave the team, let's give a huge round of applause for the last 3 seconds as UTS finished their Boeing mapping and autonomous task. A phenomenal effort. Out here on a very wet Australian Rover Challenge simulated lunar surface environment. And this is the last competitor for the last task. And I would like to give a huge shout out to all the competitors present here today and those participants of those Rover teams tuning in back at their host institution. And thank you for a phenomenal, truly phenomenal Rover Challenge. We have seen some incredible displays of capability, resilience, and perseverance. And I cannot wait to see the capability and prowess as these teams have another full year of design and development to test these rovers, build upon the learnings that they've observed during the last 4 days, and really showcase what we can all achieve when we work together. I believe we'll now have just about an hour's intermission before the awards ceremony, where we'll be dishing out these lovely trophies to the top 3 teams, as well as, of course, my favorite award, the Best Team Culture Award, awarded to the team which demonstrates the best leadership and community in terms of working together and showcasing what this Australian Rover Challenge was set out to achieve, is a sense of community and a sense of development. And I look forward to you tuning in back again, I believe, around 4:30. But in the meantime, boy oh boy, do we have some exciting festivities. I believe some Rovers will be playing tug of war, demonstrating their prowess in terms of navigating this arena. Now that the tasks are over, the teams can truly destroy the surface. As all things go up, they must come down. And welcome back. Okay. The time is 3:51 p.m. And welcome to the end of the Australian Rover Challenge. It has been a phenomenal display of resilience, perseverance, troubleshooting, and excitement. And a quick round of applause to everyone who is here. You should really be proud of what you've managed to achieve in the last year. And one other tradition that, for those watching and for those present who aren't aware what exactly is going on, in addition to the trophies that the teams build themselves, we pit them against each other in a battle of tug of war. Now, the rules are simple. Once I count down from 3, 3, 2, 1, go, the start time is go. Your task is to tow the other rover across that blue line. You are defending your home turf. In the left corner, weighing in at 27.6 kilograms, Thomas the Tank Engine from the University of Melbourne. And in the right corner, weighing in at, I believe, 25 kilograms. The mass is unknown because we've got some additional mass in sand and robotic arm. Hailing from Melbourne, RMIT, huge round of applause, let's go. Both these teams hail from Melbourne, and the town is not big enough for the both of them. I assume the winner takes home the other team's rover. We're playing for pink slips, ladies and gentlemen. Are we all ready? Operators, I do not know where exactly you are, but can you hear me? Can I hear a woo? No? Yeah. This truly is a standoff. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go! It is currently a battle of the talking out motors. You can see the motors static, the wheels static. We are in a face-off right now as the motors of each rover are really pushing against themselves. You can see those rear wheels spinning in the... All right, hang on. I've just been informed that the RMIT rover is in fact not on. So please, operators, please stop moving your rover whilst we have some quick technicians. Just a little bit of history for those who aren't aware of the tug of war. This tradition started at the University Rover Challenge, where the winning team often drag races and then tug of wars the other teams. And I'll never forget when, at my first University Rover Challenge, when we placed 18th and we managed to beat the winning team in tug of war. It was a loud and glorious moment. And let's see if we can see the emergent winners of these two Melbourne teams. All right, operators, please clear the pitch. It really is anyone's game. It could be a quick burst. Also, operators, make sure someone is ready to press the e-stop. UniMelb, do you have an allocated person for the e-stop? Fantastic. RMIT, do you have an allocated person for the e-stop? Fantastic. So once again, we've got Thomas the Tank Engine. RMIT, do we have a name for your rover? Desperation Mark II. Let's see if, with the power on, if it can take the crown once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the countdown. Remember, on my mark, which is go. Let's see who takes home the crown. 3, 2, 1, go. It's really digging into each other right now. You can see those wheels digging down. It's fighting to home, really defend that position. If you don't have a great offense, make sure you have a great defense, and RMIT's defense is impeccable right now.
Jesus, cut it!
If there is no movement in 10 seconds, we will call it a tie and we'll be hitting those E-stops. Unimelb, desperation. Let's see if you can remove the hippopotamus. And I'm going to call it, ladies and gentlemen, please cease activity on the Rovers. It looks like it's a tie. It looks like that that issue that has been plaguing all teams of just digging yourself in has come in handy in this last unscored activity. Trench warfare. Fantastic job. I believe, do we have any other contenders? I see Monash Nova Rover there, out in the wings, waiting with their orange and pink Rover. Another Melbourne team. There is a huge amount of conflict here. The town really is not big enough for any of them. Against the tiebreak of Unimelb and RMIT. We have the international contenders hailing all the way from Poland, Project Scorpio, ladies and gentlemen, with what looks like a rear-fitted spoiler for aerodynamics. During the drag race, please make sure you are not in the way of the Rover in case it breaks free of its tug. Intermission, could I please request everyone present on the field to take one big step back to make sure that the Rovers have adequate space to break away in the scenario that that rope does break. Once again, could I please ask that the path immediately in front of and behind the Rovers are cleared out of the way in case it goes this way. Go out of the way. Get out. Get. Oh, E-stop. All right, make sure, are you guys ready for your E-stop? Unimelb, how much time do you need? 1 second. It's been 1 second. Once again, we've got winning from that tiebreak, University of Melbourne Rover team, with their Thomas the Tank Engine. Coming up against, hailing all the way from Poland, Project Scorpio. What is the name of your rover? Scorpio 7?
It is a GT version.
GT?
Yeah.
You've got the turbo. Because aerodynamics is everything on the lunar surface. Just a reminder, everyone, at 4:30 we'll have the award ceremony where we'll be presenting the winning trophies just at the back over there, assembled and built by the students from the failed parts of their rover during the design of and development of these rovers. So just a reminder that at 4:25 these festivities will end so that we have 5 minutes to prepare. If you can make your way to the bleachers for that ceremony, and please clear the field. Unimelb, can I get a verification? Are you ready? Fantastic. Who is your allocated e-stop? Fantastic. Scorpio, do you have allocated e-stop? Fantastic. Remember, the rules are simple. You must tow the contender across your blue line. You may defend it, much like RMIT did, by cementing themselves into the ground, preferably by towing the other contender across. And once again, the rules are simple. You go when I say go. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go! Project Scorpio absolutely digging themselves in. Once again, trench warfare against University Rover team from Melbourne. We're making movement. Can you keep going? Right on the thread. This is a battle of the motors and suspension as the Project Scorpio team is halfway across its line. Every centimeter counts here. Every centimeter down for Project Scorpio as they continue to dig themselves in. If Unimelb can try and position itself to leverage that angle or with the rope, and if you can hear faintly in the background, Thomas the Tank Engine theme music. If there's no movement made in the next 10 seconds, we're going to call it a win to URT, having pulled Project Scorpio almost entirely across their line. I'm going to call it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hear it up for University of Melbourne. Let's cease power to the Rovers, please. Fantastic work. Looks like we've got some reigning champions currently. Monash Nova Rover over in the corner. Are you ready? QT. Let's get involved. Just a reminder, everyone, can you please make sure if you're on the direct line of path of the Rovers, please clear the way. QUT demonstrating their amazing safe carry. This safe carry, of course, is a prerequisite to your participation in the Rover Challenge. Coming up next in this WWE SmackDown, hailing all the way from Queensland, the Queensland University of Technology Rover team with their Rover Artemis, battling it out against Monash Nova Rover team hailing from Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. And the rain is absolutely pouring down right now. Once again, reminding us of the hazards of running a Rover Challenge in Australia. Participation in the Rover Challenge requires that rovers weigh less than 50 kilos, which is counterintuitive when you're playing tug of war and weight is everything. So light rovers or just a reminder that the participation in the Rover Challenge, lighter rovers are sometimes better as you can fit more systems in. However, in this last unscored task, weight is sometimes everything. When combined with the wheel traction that you can obtain with your Rover wheels, just as Scorpio and RMIT have demonstrated, sometimes digging down is better than driving away. And just a reminder, we will be completing this for another 15 minutes so that we have a 5-minute changeover time for the award ceremony, where we'll be allocating the 3 trophies designed and built by students using the failed 3D prints, exploded Arduinos and Raspberry Pis during the development of their rovers. And this is to symbolically represent that all of our successes are built on all of our failures, and that we can only get through to building these amazing rovers together with our amazing community of students around the world. And I can see as some teams have used sand to weigh them down, Nova have tiny little sandwich bags filled with what seems about 100 grams of sand. Really trying every desperation to weigh themselves down to win this challenge. And interesting point right now, the Nova Rover is being controlled by an Xbox controller. However, QUT being remotely controlled. So if they take home this win, they will demonstrate that not only is their rover the strongest, but also the smartest. And the rain is bearing down on us here today. Of course, we take no responsibility for if rovers are damaged. And of course, in the left corner, in a hot pink suit, weighing in at just under 30 kilos, the Waratah Rover from Monash University Nova Rover team. And in the right corner, weighing in just over 50 kilos, the Artemis Rover from QUT Rover team. The rules are simple. Monash, do you have an allocated e-stop presser? Fantastic. QUT, of course, please clear the way of where the rover path will... Get out of here. Get out of here. The rules are simple. Drag the contender across your line of defense. Trench warfare is apparently the strategy right now. And you may go when I say go. Let's get a round of applause. 3, 2, 1, let's go! And Monash with absolutely blazing a trail, QUT defending themselves. QUT once again demonstrating the prowess of trench warfare, cementing themselves down with those rear wheels. Nova Rover struggling, desperately trying to gain some traction. Every centimetre here counts. QUT hang on by a thread right now. Nova Rover just casually sitting in the back corner. Their large wheelbase, together with those grousers, this is truly a testament. Is 4 wheels better than 6? Time will tell. With 15 seconds left on the clock, QUT are in a precarious situation right now. And looks like we've got a little bit of movement. Those 3 wheels viewable from the live stream camera. Grouser depth. QUT, of course, opting for large, thick, deep grousers on their 6 wheels, whilst Nova Rover has smaller, less obvious grousers on their wheels. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call that with a win to Monash Nova Rover. Please cease power to the Rovers as operators are allowed to interact with them. And I believe now we will have a mono-e-mono face-off of the only teams who have managed to move the other Rovers. Unimel versus Monash Nova Rover. Followed by the battle for second place with RMIT v QUT after that match. Final tug of war. I believe we can do some freestyle BMXing off these huge features to see which Rover's suspension can really eat these crater walls for breakfast. And it looks like in the back, Scorpio absolutely sending it over that crater wall. Up on the live stream right now, it's poising itself. No worries at all. Unimel, please bring your Rover down to the arena, to the cage match. Next, for the title match, the winner will take home the heavyweight welter champion of Australia, at least, in the tug-of-war match. We've got the two Rover teams from Melbourne, and it truly is a visual match as well, with Nova's hot pink compared to Ert's University of Melbourne Rover team, Thomas the Tank Engine, baby blue and lovely red. A fun fact, Nova Rover are currently resetting their Rover, having one of their motors overloaded, pulling too much power, showing signs of weakness. The knees are shaking in the arena right now. University of Melbourne, cool, calm and collected, with the intimidating eyes of Thomas staring down the opponent. Trying to dislodge all the sand on their Rover as they repeatedly smack it. And with 4 minutes left on the clock, I'll just remind everyone that we have the awards ceremony coming up at 4:30, giving us 5 minutes of time to reset. If all the Rover teams could please bring your Rover in front of the bleachers out here for a large team photo whilst we give out the trophies and awards ceremony with some words from our sponsors and the leader of this challenge. I'm joined here with the Perv. Could you just explain to us why you're smacking the Rover?
So it's a technical engineering thing. It's called percussive maintenance. So we hit the Rover and then it gets better. Yeah.
I can attest that this does in fact work. When we were competing at the University Rover Challenge for the first time, our Rover just didn't work. Aiden smacked it with a hammer and it started working again. Percussive maintenance is sometimes the best maintenance. And of course, with 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, we've got the current winners of the second seed battling out for the big heavyweight champion belt of Australia, possibly the world. In the left corner, weighing in at an unknown mass, the Waratah Rover from Monash Nova Rover team. And in the right corner, weighing in at, I believe, 27 kilos, Thomas the Tank Engine. The rules are simple. Nova, do you have an allocated e-stop? Fantastic. The winner will tow the loser across their blue line. Please defend your territory with every means you have possible. Of course, please clear the way in case the Rovers absolutely send it and break the rope. And it's on my mark when I say go. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Oh, it's a game of inches right now. It may, in fact, be another stalemate, as this surface of this arena just shows how easy it is to win by trench warfare. Thomas the Tank Engine may have some technical difficulties right now. Is your rover off? Is it on? I believe that's a default win to Monash Nova Rover. With failure to move for University of Melbourne, congratulations Nova Rover as the last rover standing. "50 seconds left on the clock. I would invite everyone to please make your way over to the bleachers for the awards ceremony of the third and not final Australian Rover Challenge. Teams present, I just remind you, please bring your rover to the front of the bleachers in the allocated grassy area. And for those spectators and students, please be careful of the teams carrying their rover. Please be cognizant of each other and respect each other's space. I would just like to thank everyone present out here on a rainy Sunday evening for coming down and supporting all the challenges of this Australian Rover Challenge and making this challenge and this community what it is. I thank you, we thank you, and I cannot wait to see you all again at next year's instalment, where we'll return bigger, better than ever. Quick reminder for all the teams over in the workshop tents, if you can hear me, and for those present, please ensure that your entire team is present for this award ceremony out of respect of all participants, as well as your rover making your way. Nova Rover team, I'm going to call you out. Please drive your rover over to join the other rovers. Your allocated time on the pitch is rapidly ending. I'm going to give you guys 20 seconds to ascend that crater wall.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials and digital technologies. Never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases and other scary things, the first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge and State Governor, all in one, first in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space, helped detect gravitational waves, made lots of babies, world top 100 in all this stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.
Hey everybody, welcome and thank you for all your hard work this weekend. Another round of applause for yourselves. Once again, and for those who might just be joining us, my name is John Colton. I'm the director of the Andy Thomas Center for Space Resources here at the University of Adelaide, and one of the organizers of this fantastic event. I am joined here on the simulated lunar surface by Kevin Bone from Boeing, our premier sponsor and regional director here in South Australia. So round of applause for Kevin. So I'd like to start off first by thanking all of the various staff and supporters of this event that came together and worked for a year to get this ready for you so that you could come out and have a great time and not sleep and maybe eat a little bit of pizza, but also show off these incredible machines that you've put together. So I just want to make sure that we thank all of the event support staff, the AV and the internet. I know that folks in Poland and Alaska and in other places appreciated all the live streaming, so thanks very much to all of that awesome work and sharing this event with the world. And they were supported by a lot of volunteers, student volunteers who were helping out with the event, and we couldn't do this without them. You may have also seen judges and engineering panels that were looking at all of your products throughout the year, and we appreciate all of their help as well. I'd also just like to thank Australian Space Agency and CSIRO. A number of their folks spent the entire weekend with us. They were watching everything you were doing and chatting with you back there. So we really appreciate those two government organizations being with us for the weekend. A special thanks to Dan, Henry, and Lachlan, and we should have a really big round of applause for the efforts of those three. It is a tough act when people are looking at rovers that aren't moving for 30 minutes at a time to really sort of understand what might be happening, and we really appreciate all the efforts that you put into entertaining not only all of us here, but the folks online, and explaining in depth what was going on in the background and what it took to even have a rover that only got off the lander and touched the sand. So that was really fantastic. And I gotta say, the idea to actually bring the representatives from the student teams up and interview them on camera, I hope you enjoyed that as much as we enjoyed listening to you speak. So thanks very much for that. And of course, we couldn't do this without our sponsors. So our supporting sponsors were Drone Deploy and the South Australian Government via the South Australian Space Industry Centre. So thanks to those supporting sponsors. Our major partners, the Australian Space Agency and iSpace. And then our premier partner, Boeing. And I'll just say one thing that may not have come out yet to everybody here, but we mentioned the other night that it's fantastic to have a premier sponsor that understands exactly what you're going through. And they do this every day, again, from the seabed to space. And I think one of the ways that you really demonstrated that is on day one of the teams had an emergency request for a hard-to-find part that you can't buy downtown. And we texted Kevin with the specifications for that part. And Kevin, with his extensive network, delivered 2 of those things here within 90 minutes of that text going out. So a kindred spirit, Kevin Bone.
Thank you, John. I should, before I say anything else, I should forward that thanks to Jibbin. Jibbin, where are you? There you are. Stand up, please. You are standing up. Sorry, mate. So Jibbin's the CTO and co-founder of ResearchSat here in South Australia, and it was through Dr. Eric Yang, who was one of our judges for today's competition. Through that network, that we actually got those 2 cards out here as quickly as we did. And is it true or is it not true that one of those cards has already been in space? It has been in space, so that's a pretty cool thing that I found out just a few minutes ago. So a huge round of applause for Jibbin, please. Thank you. Thank you. And as John says, that is the kind of effort, that is the kind of teamwork, that is the kind of breaking down boundaries between companies and organizations that you all demonstrated today. That is really fantastic. And it's the kind of thing that industry is looking for. It's the kind of thing that space organizations are looking for, and it's the kind of thing that makes these kind of events so exciting and so interesting and amazing. So this is our first year sponsoring the event. We're hoping to do more sponsorship. We have expanded our relationship this year with the University of Adelaide through our higher education grant scheme. And this is one of the events. Jill, I always forget how many it is, but it's 6 or 7 events over the year. There you go, holding up 7 fingers. So we've got more to come if you're at University of Adelaide. We also have relationships with a lot of the other universities around Australia and around the world through our grant scheme and through our partnership scheme. So, and one of the reasons we do that, and particularly with the Rover competition here, is that we want space to be as exciting and as interesting as it can possibly be. So that's why we put our effort into this. But more importantly, we want to meet the young minds who are excited by space, because we are one of the biggest space companies in the world. In Australia, we've been doing a little bit of dabbling here and there, but obviously we've been doing a lot more around the globe, particularly in the United States with our space program there. But what is really important is that we get the opportunity to meet with you. We've got a bid in for a military satellite competition this year and last year called JP9102. If we win that, we're going to probably be hiring 200 or 300 or 400 new people in Australia to work in our space program. So we're hoping we get the nod on that one in the next couple of weeks. But yes, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you today. I want to thank the University of Adelaide for the opportunity to team with you this year on this amazing competition. And I want to thank all of the competitors for what a wonderful show you've put on, what wonderful teamwork you've shown, what wonderful friends and camaraderie that you've displayed. It's been a fantastic event and a real privilege. Thank you.
So we're almost done with a fantastic, huge week for space in Australia. It started with the NASA leadership coming into town and talking a lot about Artemis and all of their requirements and how Australia fits into those plans and the critical skill sets that you bring to that. Followed up by the Trailblazer Rover announcement. So 2 teams in Australia building a critical piece of that Artemis infrastructure to be rolling around on the moon in the next couple of years. And then the Australian Rover Challenge, the 3rd installment of the Australian Rover Challenge. And only 2 years ago, we had 3 teams out here. Then last year, we had 5, and now we have 8. And we were joined by our fantastic friends from Poland. So thank you to Project Scorpio for coming all the way down here to join us. And as Kevin said, the accomplishments and what we saw out here on the field, it just keeps scaling incredibly. So we thank you for that. This was very entertaining. So now we're going to move on to the awards, because basically us and some pictures are standing between you and free beverages and pizza. So we'll go ahead and keep moving. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and award your beautiful trophies. And when we do that, we'd like the team leader and the team to come out and join Kevin and I on the field, and we'll get some photos with the trophy. And then we'll also hand out an award for the best new team and the best team culture following the trophy handout. So there may be some people coming on and off the stand, so bear with us, but those pictures are important. Once all that's done, we're going to go ahead and bring everyone out on the field, and you're free to bring your Rovers with you, and we'll get somebody up on the top of the stands, or Nelson will get on the top of the stands, and he'll take a massive photo of all of us that you'll all be sent. So with that, let's get to third. We'll start off with 3rd place. You should. And we'll just come over here for the lighting, yeah. All right. Yes, drum beat. Drum roll. In 3rd place, with 198 points, UniMelb. Come on down. Yep, go ahead. Fantastic job. Thanks very much. Great job. Even more beautiful than the last. Okay, 2nd place and 2nd place trophy. With 308 points, Project Scorpio. Nice. Strafing to the right. Great job. Thanks for coming. All right. So as befits first place in a Rover Challenge, this one's big but light. So excellent design. All right, in first place this year with 335 points, Monash Nova Rover. Come on down, Monash team. And remember to stay out from underneath the umbrella. Yep, you can.
Sorry? Yep. Are we moving over this way?
Yeah, maybe so. That's good. Congratulations. Awesome. Awesome job. Thank you. Best new team and then best culture. Okay, so the next award goes to best placing new team with that was participating in the Rover Challenge for the first time. So QUT, congratulations. Come on up. You don't get a trophy, but you do get a picture with us. So you do get to keep the picture. Great job. Thanks for coming. Nicely done, everybody.
Absolutely. Already planning.
That's good.
Where should we go?
Kevin, you're in the middle.
Am I in the middle?
Sure.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, yeah, we got
What? Sorry? Do you guys want to go down?
Oh, we're good.
Oh, there we go.
Awesome job. You'll get the picture later. All right, and the final award of the challenge this year, and this is going to the team with the best demonstrated team culture. So in speaking with a number of the staff, and especially our 3 principal team and student liaisons and experienced liaisons, this was a well, I'll say it was an obvious call this year, just based on this particular team's demonstrated lack of support for all the other teams and their level of constant excitement, even for small wins. So I think you've heard Dan talk quite a bit about how the successful Rovers are built upon lessons learned from years and years of hard work. And so it's really important for you to understand that even the small achievements, and even sometimes when it doesn't move, you've learned a lot. And this team was happy in all of those situations, and also extremely helpful both to themselves and other teams. So without any further ado, we'd like to award the Best Team Culture Award to University of Adelaide. Come on down. Even though you're the home team, we're almost as big as Monash. Great job. In sixth place, that's awesome. Way to go. Way to go, buddy. Nice job. Great job. Great job. Okay, so the last event of the night before you get to the pizza and everything else is we're going to take a picture with everybody out here in the sand, and we can put the Rovers out here in front or by your team, and our photographer will be up on the top of the stands to get everybody. So please come on back onto the lunar simulated lunar surface. And if we can get all the support staff down on here on the field with us, great. Miles Davies, where are you? Alistair.
Send him back up and I can...
We still have one Rover en route. Henry, are you coming out? Okay. Are we ready?
Remember, if you can't see the camera can't see you.
Come on, Jill. Thanks, everybody.
A reminder, everyone, we are in the Uni Bar, the same place as we were on Thursday at 5:30 p.m. for our closing function. 5:30 p.m. in the Uni Bar.
Australia is a nation of creators, aviators, protectors, and innovators. From aviation's first light to the dawn of the jet age and beyond, at Boeing, we're building the future together here in Australia. Inspiring those in pursuit of new frontiers, connecting, protecting, and exploring our region and the world. Home to the broadest aerospace portfolio in Australian industry, powered by talented, dedicated, and diverse teammates. Delivering manufacturing excellence, building composite aircraft parts for the world's most efficient airplanes, using advanced robotics, materials, and digital technologies. never compromising on safety or quality, always focused on sustainability. Solving tomorrow's problems today with Australia's leading researchers, scientists and universities. Developing new military platforms and communications networks and helping ensure they are always mission ready. Keeping customers airborne by providing the services they require. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Australians during natural disasters, on the front line and in peacetime. We support veterans and our community, and we nurture the next generation of aviators to excite, to be bold. Boeing Australia. Made in Australia by Australians for the world.
Okay, are you ready? The first university to admit women, 2 Nobel Prizes, then another, then a couple more, 12 knighthoods, 22 Olympians, a pack of COVID-sniffing canines, Australia's first female Prime Minister. Finally, treatments for diseases and other scary things, the first female Queen's Counsel, Supreme Court Judge and State Governor, all in one, first in the family with a degree, a black belt, a robot. First Aussie to walk in space, helped detect gravitational waves, made lots of babies, world top 100 in all this stuff. Launched a satellite, revived lost languages, home to 1,600 brainiacs, and a winery, all in the heart of Australia's most livable city. So, what's next? Make history at the University of Adelaide.